You are watching Co-op for Two. It's February 7th, 2024. We're broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. Today we're going to begin our playthrough of Suspects, the third box called Adele and Neville, Investigative Reporters. The previous two boxes starred a woman. I'm blanking on her name at the moment. The chat will remind me. Let me check in with the chat and see how everyone's doing. It'll come to me in a second. Eternal Detective Claire Harper. This series is a sort of, it's a mystery game, a card-based mystery game. There have been 3 big boxes. Each box has 3 cases. The first box came out several years ago. I picked it up at Gen Con, reviewed it, played all 3 sessions on the channel, and then reviewed it. And then we played through box 2, which was another box of Claire Harper. This is the first box starring different characters. The Claire Harper boxes were all Agatha Christie feeling boxes. The first box, more stereotypical, almost all of them sort of set in a specific house with a cast of characters. And the second box sort of expanded on that idea a little bit, a little more sprawling, a little more jumping around in time. And here we've got a completely different setting with completely different protagonists. Looks like a pair of them here. I'm not exactly sure what the time frame is, but it kind of looks like the 60s here. Let's talk about a little bit of our history with this box, because it's a mixed history. I played the first box a couple years ago, and I reviewed it. I was a little bit harsh on it in the reviews. It didn't quite work for me. It sort of almost worked, but didn't. But I've always felt after that first review, I felt like maybe I didn't do it justice, because when I played through it, I didn't give it the seriousness it deserved in thinking through my theories of the case, and I made a couple mistakes. These were back in the bad old days when me playing a game solo on this channel really was playing it solo. Now I've got some good detectives with me, so I rarely make those beginner mistakes. So when the second box came out, we took it very seriously, and the channel played it along with me, and we thought long and hard about each case. We spent a long time on each case. We did not make those kinds of beginner mistakes, but we still had a very similar experience of not quite getting on the wavelength with the authors of the game. In fact, frequently when we played through Suspects, the second box, we had the right solution midway through the case, and by the time it came to the end, we had talked ourselves out of it. At least I had talked myself out of our theory of the case into the wrong one. And I did a review of box 2, largely with coming down the same way I did on box 1, that I liked the format, I liked the idea. Some of the clever elements were absolutely there, but on the other hand, it felt like maybe, I guess if you were to sum up the biggest problem we had with all of the boxes, it was that the final solutions were one plausible solution to the case, but that the evidence was not compelling that it was the only possible solution. To remind you now what the sort of mechanical, there are a couple interesting mechanical gimmicks here with the cards. One is that there's often a way of lining up cards to see if they match in some respect. And then the other little mechanical gimmick here is that, at least with the first 2 boxes, you've got a couple of chances to try to guess the solution to the case. After a third of the way, after 2/3 of the way, and then at the end. And the earlier you can guess the right answers, the better your score. It's a clever idea. Hasn't worked super well for us. Okay, now, leading up to this box. we did have fun with all 3 cases in each of the previous boxes. So when I picked up this box several months ago, many months ago, I said, you know what? Let me not play through this right away. Let me not be the first person to review this game the way I was with the first 2 boxes. There aren't many reviews of the other boxes up there and not many playthroughs. And I thought, I've come down a little hard on this game, the first 2 boxes. Maybe I'm just not, on the same wavelength, not jibing with the authors. Let me let someone else give it a nice positive review. I mean, I do want to, it doesn't seem like it's making any difference. They keep pumping out new versions of this game. So, but anyway, I deliberately put off playing this for several months, and now the bill has finally come due. It's time for us to play it and review it. I say the bill has come due, but really, as a reminder, I purchase all the games we play on this channel myself. That's why we can you don't have to worry about being positive about every game. I think probably if you looked at my ratings and reviews, my scores, my ratings of games are quite high. It's just occasionally we give a more negative review of a game than you might see elsewhere. If you do like the unbiased content on this channel, I hope you'll subscribe. Give this video a like. YouTube tells me there are 17 concurrent viewers now and 2 likes. That doesn't seem right to me. I always make this point, but maybe that ratio seems wrong to you. Maybe you want to hit that thumbs up button. Okay, checking in with the channel. Let's see how everyone's doing, if everyone's up to anything, if anyone is up to anything interesting. Rocky Helton is here, who wrote the high and low demo case that we played last week called Hit the Ground Running. As a little bit of trivia, you know that High and Low, which is behind me, the prototype box, the game I've been working on for 7 or 8 months now on the channel. I brought it to the local board game contest playtest last night. The deadline is February 11th, and a group played it. They did finish it in 2 hours. I think they liked it. They weren't gushing over it the way I was, but that's probably to be expected. It's a fairly niche game for fairly niche group of people. But soon everyone will be able to download that case. Rocky has some ideas he wants to add and experiment with, but very soon, if you didn't watch that playthrough on the channel, you will be able to download that case and play it. I loved it. I loved the writing of it. And there's a very active discussion on the Discord for this channel now about whether it's important to have time limits in such games and how to implement them. If you're interested in game design and that kind of thing, you can watch my design diaries on High and Low. You could jump into our Discord if you're interested in writing a case for High and Low. I'd love to have you do so. You can stop by the Discord and get some links to those documents. After February 11th, I'll probably take a breather from it for a couple weeks. Maybe we'll play a marathon game or so and then get back to it. Professor B asks, what's the exit game over my right shoulder? It may be the same one someone got me for Christmas. I've not played it yet. The exit game behind me is the Catacombs of Horror. It's not brand new. It's been out for a year or so, but it's a 2-part, long, harder ranked game. And I meant to get it for Halloween. I am interested in playing it. Exit is a puzzle-based game, if you don't know. Normally they're half the length of this one, so this one's a little more adult and 2-part, which intrigues me. Jonathan says, how is my High and Low game coming along? Mine is basically done except for the epilogue, but I'm having a little bit of a hard time wrapping my head around how to structure it, how to structure the ending scenes, but it will be done within days. It'll be done this week. Okay, anything else to talk about before we get started? Let me open this up while the chat is bringing me up to date on their projects. I'd like to know, is anyone working on anything interesting? Maybe we'll look at the back of this box and see what we're what we're in for here. Okay, 3 cases: 1962, 1964, 1969. The first one looks co-authored by the designer of this series, Montague. Guillaume Montiage. This is a French game. The other 2 cases written by people new to this series, I believe. I don't know if they've written any of other Claire Harper games, but I don't believe. But okay, so only the first one co-authored by the designer of the game. Otherwise, they've got other people. 90 minutes per case, 10 and up. 3 complete mysteries, rich plots, elaborate characters in the style of Agatha Christie. Okay, so they're still going for Agatha Christie vibe. Looks like different artists this time too. Same basic size of the cases, etc. I don't know. Looks like there might be some. Typically with each case, there's like one extra oversized document. Okay, our rule book, which we will look through, then documents for each one, and then our 3 cases. So we'll be playing the first case. We won't need the rest of the cards, and we will only need the documents for the first case, which looks like the first 3. Okay. Let's go through the rule books a little bit, because this is going to set some background for all 3 cases. So we're going to spend a little bit of time today reading these. Players work together to play the role of Adele and Neville, a pair of investigative reporters tasked with solving intriguing crimes. Who are Adele and Neville? Adele and Neville are a married couple from New York City, where they met as students at the Columbia University School of Journalism. While Adele is passionate about capturing images, Neville prides himself on writing more powerful articles. In the 1960s, the couple travels the world to document their era and solve mysteries they encounter. Standing together against mystery and crime, investigative reporters Adele and Neville have only one motto: the truth will out. 3 Adele and Neville mysteries. They take place in chronological order. Play them in order. Candy Love, 1962. Difficulty level easy. So we've seen this before in the box. Easy, moderate, hard. I'm a little torn on this idea of a system. We saw this also in True Crimes. Is True Crimes behind me? The problem is that when you do that, it makes the box kind of fun for someone new to the thing. They can start easy and then go on, or anyone can pick the game that's best for them. But when the experienced players buy the box, they're only getting 3, and now maybe the easy one is not useful for them, even less. But okay, I don't know. I know you can't buy these cases separately, but it kind of would be nice if you could. Okay, a Clover card. That looks like a new kind of system. They all have one. We've not seen that before. Then we've got documents and solution. Okay, let's see if it's going to introduce us to this idea of a Clover card. Okay. Clue cards, supporting documents, pen and paper, solution envelopes. Read the introduction, all normal. Start by reading the introduction. Your goal is to score as many points by answering the questionnaire. The faster you can answer, the better. That's the same rule as always. You draw cards, you go through the cards or you go through the cards, it'll tell you when to draw the next one. Card 7, go to a location, examine an item. Okay, these are just the colors for the different cards, but basically it's just telling you to get a card. Each time you see one of these symbols, you may do the action indicated. You're free to do these actions in the order you choose. You can start by questioning someone, then go to a location, then go somewhere else, then come back to question them. Some clue cards have simple instructions. Follow the instructions. You may answer one or more questions at any point in the investigation. Write your answer on a piece of paper, then in the scoring chart, tick the box next to the number of clue cards drawn. In practice, though, we'll answer the questions first after the first 30 cards, and then again after 45 cards, and then again right at the end. The sooner you get it right, the more points you get. You may change any of your answers at any point. If you decide to do this, tick the box next to the number of clue cards drawn when you change your answer. Okay. If you're instructed to draw a second clue card at any point in the investigation, you may draw the second clue card after you have written down your answers. Okay. And this is just telling you you get more points the sooner you get it right. If you get it wrong, you get no points. All right, variant. If the players do not agree, they can keep track separately. Okay, that's fine. The game ends when you've seen every card. One of the nice ideas of this game, that you get to see everything. At that point, once you've come to an agreement on the answer, you unfold the solution envelope, which is going to be like this. There's a page that unfolds there. Then you read it and you score yourself. Okay. Since the score changed to different cutoff points, it's a good idea to wait until the final deadline before you answer. That's fine. I don't know why they do this, make this more complicated than it needs to be. Just answer the questions at 30, 45, and at the end. Choose one player to keep track so you don't read too many cards, and so on. Okay, specific rules, connections between two cards. Here's the thing where you can line up cards. So you line a fingerprint with a person. If they line up, you know this fingerprint belongs to this person, or at least matches thematically. Unlocking cards. Some cards only become available after several other cards have been drawn. So in this example, we're told that if you have 3 cameras, then you can take this card. So some of the cards build up. If you have the set of them, then you can unlock and open something. Okay, then occasionally cards line up and they form a new number that lets you bring out another card. Typically, that is a person and an object, and when you combine them, it's asking them about that object. Okay. Tips. You must use deduction and critical thinking. Your goal is to unmask a killer. Relying on hunches or guesswork won't be enough to solve the case. If your theories aren't backed up by facts, they're probably wrong. Don't get carried away by your imagination. Keep an open mind. That looks like it. Okay, no explanation of what clover cards are. Okay, so let's just catch up with the chat one last bit before we get started. Professor B says this looks very similar to the Unlock Adventure series boxes. Yes, I guess it is a little bit similar to Unlock and the other card-based games. There are a couple of them now. Okay, so we've got these documents. I believe we're just going to turn... Yes, we're going to start with one of those. Let's see if this... what this says here. This says, do not open this package until you have read the introduction to the case. Okay, well, the introduction is here. All right, what have we got? So it's a full 8.5 by 11, or A4, I guess it probably is. What have we got here? Photo, drumsticks, record, phonograph, what looks like a USB stick, but clearly isn't, not from the 1960s. So it's something else. Chapter 1, The Candy Love. Dennis got the authors here. Okay, let us read our introduction. Neville grimaces, revealing his misgivings. The candy love? You mean those 4 young folks with the cheesy lyrics who think playing 3 chords over and over on loud instruments is music? Don't be so old-fashioned, Neville. The kids today adore the candy love. Their producer himself, Frank Mariner, is giving us an exclusive interview. Are you trying to destroy my ears? I'm sure they'll be fine. It's just one little night in a recording studio, and I haven't told you everything yet. The sessions are going to be held in France at the Mariner Villa, in a luxurious mansion near Cannes. You should have started with that, Adele. April 23, 1962, near Cannes. Cannes? The cab sent by Frank Mariner winds its way through the hills above Cannes. Cannes? Someone tell me if you pronounce the N or not. Finally comes to a stop in a grove of pine trees in front of a large gate where a dozen young people are gathered. Adele whispers to Neville that they were most likely fans of the band. It's 10 p.m., and after ringing the bell, Frank Mariner comes to welcome Adele and Neville. He cuts a large and impressive figure. He takes an ultrasonic whistle out of his pocket and places it between his lips. Suddenly, 2 huge Dobermans appear out of nowhere and sit at his feet. Don't mind them. Zeus and Apollo are only tough with strangers. So that's what I guess this is. This feels like this may be his dog whistle. Okay. The 2 dogs' presence dissuades the fans from attempting to pass through the gate that Frank opened for Adele and Neville. Frank Mariner is not the type of man to waste time on small talk. The Candy Love work at night. You can sit in on their recording session. I'll be there with you until the break, but you'll have more than enough time to interview me tomorrow morning. I'll even have a scoop for you. Frank Mariner releases his dogs on the property and shows Adele and Neville to the recording studio. This is where they meet the Candy Love. Jim Stapleton, the lead singer. Sandy Hart, the bassist. Orfra Winter, the backup singer, and the drummer, Walter Domingo. The sound engineer, Enzo Barzella, oversees the session from the control room. He seems to have set up a tight schedule for the recording session. The session is slow going, and more surprisingly, there appears to be tension in the air. It comes to a head when, as the group is recording Love in My Heart, Sandy announces that she's going out to smoke a cigarette. Enzo wants to stop her, and things get heated. Frank cuts the argument short and lets Sandy leave the studio. Enzo takes it badly and gets angry with Frank. Sandy returns after 10 minutes without apologizing. A while later, Enzo announces it's time for the Candy Love's long-awaited break. Frank heads off to bed while Sandy joins Enzo in the control room. Ofra invites Adele and Neville into the recording booth for her interview, while Neville does an admirable job of pretending to be fascinated by the singer's anecdotes. His eye is drawn to the other side of the glass, where Sandy and Enzo are having a heated discussion. Enzo seems ready to leave the studio, but Sandy pulls him back and they start talking again. Half an hour later, everyone comes back. Walter and Jim get there just in time to avoid irritating Enzo. The atmosphere in the room is cold. When Ofra claims to have a headache and leaves to get some aspirin, Enzo has trouble hiding his fury. He says they probably won't make any progress tonight. Again. But what happens next is unexpected, to say the least. Less than a minute after she left the studio, Ofra suddenly throws open the door, visibly upset. She stammers, "It's Frank. I just saw someone attack him. They pushed him off the balcony. I think he's dead." Then she breaks down in tears. Neville leans over to Adele and whispers in her ear. Bit of excitement at last. It's 3:20 a.m. My dear, why don't we go and check it out? Take documents A and B, then study the table below. So one of the unique aspects of this game is you get the questions right from the start. So here are the questions we have to answer. 1. How did the trespasser enter the property? 2. What exactly happened to Zeus and Apollo? 3. Who is responsible for Frank Mariner's death? And 4. Why was Frank Mariner killed? And then down here it says take card 1. Okay. So take documents A and B. So that's A and B. Where is our label of A on here? By process of elimination, this is A, but why am I not seeing the A? I don't see the A. Maybe it's on the other side. This one is clearly document B. So here's their record, The Candy Love. Includes the new hit, She's My Love, A Deep Love. Mariner Records. There's the members of the band. So here we go. Here's document A. So we've got faces to put with names. There's Oprah, Jim Stapleton, Walter Domingo, Sandy Hart. You could see we can talk to any of them we want. This is the cool feature of these extra documents. So already we've got 4 options. Then we've got their songs on this record and their playtimes for whatever reason. Okay, and then what's down here? 1961, made by Mariner, all rights reserved. That's the name of his label, Made by Mariner. All songs by Made by Mariner. Executive producer, Frank Mariner. Sound engineer, Enzo Barzella. Okay, now it's not clear to me what this is referring to, but we could go to 4. Maybe listen to the record is what we do if we go to 4. The talk, these bubbles usually means that's where you go to talk to someone. Okay. That's document A. Let's see what document B is. We'll take a look at all these and then we'll take a break before we actually do anything. We'll think about it. Okay, so here's document B. What is this? Aha, it's a map of the property. So notice we already have a whole bunch of places we can go. We can go check out the body. There's the yellow magnifying glass if we want to examine the body. And these are all locations. So you can see already we have the 3 main types of things. We can talk to someone. That's that icon. We can examine the body, which was found over here. And we can go to any of these locations. Okay, pretty cool. I forgot it's a very nice idea to have these nice big full page things. All right, before we do any of that, let's go make some notes here. I don't know if we should use cards or a notepad for here, but let me just make a couple of notes. So let's work backwards here. So 3:20 a.m. At 3:20 a.m. This is Oprah comes back, says she saw Frank pushed him off the balcony. Okay, now working backwards here. Half an hour later, everyone comes back. They get there just in time. Then Oprah claims to have a headache and she leaves. Less than a minute after she left, she comes back. So at 3:19 a.m., Oprah leaves. She claims to have seen them push him off. So if she didn't push him off, and it's only been a minute, and then at that time, though, most of the band or all of the band is here, right? So we've got in studio, let's just make a note. I want to make sure it doesn't look like any of the band could have done it. In studio, Enzo, Sandy, Walter and Jim get there just in time. Walter, Jim. So unless they've come up with some way to remotely push him off, these people are all here. All right. And so there's Oprah. She's the one who leaves. A minute later, she sees him pushed off. Jim Stapleton, Walter Domingo, Sandy are all in studio at the time. And Enzo is the sound engineer. He's also in the studio. Okay. And Frank is the person who's dead. All right, so they're all here. They didn't do it unless they've set up some way to make him get pushed off remotely. Let's follow up a little bit with this dog before we finish up. Any other clues? So there's tension in the air. We're told tension between different people. Sandy goes for a cigarette. They don't want her to. She leaves. So there's some early leaving. If it turns out that someone set up something, you might expect Sandy, who takes a break and leaves. The dogs are left on the property. Fine. When we meet him, so let's see. 10 p.m. we arrive. Okay. He's got an ultrasonic whistle. He blows it. They appear out of nowhere and sit. So they heed to the whistle, but it's ultrasonic, so the human doesn't hear it. So if someone blew the whistle sometime, we wouldn't hear it. And then there's the gate. When the gate is closed, people don't come in. When the gate's open, they might rush in, except for him bringing the dogs out, so they don't. All right, let's check in with the chat. When was the last time Frank was seen with them before he was seen being pushed? That's a good question. He said he was going to stay till the break, so let's figure out when the break comes. He says, I'll stay with you till the break, and then you'll talk to me tomorrow morning. And he says, I'll even have a scoop for you. Frank has a scoop. I wonder if that's the motivation for killing him, that he's got some scoop. Okay. Oprah is the backup singer. Da, 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 da. Tight schedule. Tension. They've got a tight schedule. We don't know if this is the schedule or if this is the previous record. Doesn't matter. Okay. As they're recording Love in My Heart. So if we get a schedule of the rehearsal, we might know when this all happened. Frank cuts the argument short, lets her leave. A while later, it's time for their long-awaited break. Frank heads off to bed. Sandy joins Enzo. And they have a talk. Half an hour later, everyone comes back. So whenever the break is, we don't know. But I think we might have a tight schedule. We might be able to find from the sound engineer's schedule when the break was scheduled for, if they're keeping on this schedule. They take their break, and then half an hour later, it's over. So it seems like they have at least a half an hour for their break. And then this says take card 1. So it's a little weird that take card 1 is down here, but let's go ahead and take card 1. Okay. Well, that's not card 1. This is card 1. Okay, so take card 1. Here we go. That's Ofra, the backup singer, who just came back and saw Frank pushed from the balcony. 21 years old, vocals and piano. Visibly shaken, the young woman struggles to speak. Her words come out slowly, broken by sobbing. She tries to control her trembling hands. I'm not sure what to say. I could never have imagined something like this happening, that someone would attack Frank here like that. And then we can ask her, I know this is very hard. Can you tell us what happened? Can you describe the attacker? Who could have wanted to hurt Frank? And there's a line if we can match her up with something. So, but remember, the interesting part of this game is trying to be efficient in what order we do things so that we can have the best chance of solving it as early as possible. So we've got 3 options on this card, 5 options on this card. Okay. And then a whole bunch of options on this card. We can look at the body. Let's take a look at what these places are before we make our decision. There's the gate, the east side of the fence, where the body is, the kitchen, the room above where the body was found. So you would think this is where he was pushed off, if you had to guess. There's the pool, but pushed off the balcony, it would likely be this room. I guess it could be this room, but probably this room. So this is probably where he was pushed, if indeed that's what happened. That's the recording studio where they all were. This is why I guess it only took her a minute. If she just walked outside either this way or this way and then saw it. There's his office. West side fence. Stairs leading to the beach down like this, and the garden shed. If you were a detective and you suspected the witness, you'd want to say, like, where were you when you saw the body? Why were you there? Okay. So there we have it. That's our setup for the case and our options. How did the trespasser enter the property? What happened to the 2 dogs? Who did it and why? All right, let's check in with the chat before we start digging into this case. Harry says, look at the body. Hediel says, body, body, body. Delia says he went to bed when Sandy returned from smoking. John says, when was the last time Frank was seen with them before he was seen being pushed? And then Petiel and Antina were thinking that 4 here is to talk to the sound engineer, who's Enzo. I'm curious about that because he can establish our timeline a little better, but I do agree that looking at the body is a smart thing to do. Why don't we take our first break here before we jump into this game? And let me remind you that these mystery games you can only play through once. So if you do join us for it live, you won't be able to play it yourself later. If you think this might be a game that you want to play yourself, you can stop watching now, go buy it. It's about $30 now. Play it, come back, watch how we did afterwards. If you are going to stick around and join me for the playthrough, I will see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we are back. It seems to me that looking at the scene of the crime, the dead body, makes sense. So I'm very interested in checking out the body, then the room above it, and then maybe once we see the body, we'll know which of these questions we're going to ask her, if any. Certainly, we're going to want a description of the attacker and what happened, although she has already said kind of what happened. But I guess the things we're going to do no matter what, we might as well do now. So let's go take a look at this body. 37. Okay, so I've retrieved card 37. Says it's a clue. Frank Mariner's body. The body of the late Frank Mariner lies below the balcony, about 6 feet from the edge of the pool. He wasn't a small guy, but the fall still killed him. The pool, a blood stain right under his head. Examine his wounds and to the house. So I guess if you wanted to put it in perspective here, he's lying like this. To the pool, to the house. That would suggest that he was facing off the balcony and someone would have pushed him from behind, I guess. Unless he tumbled. Okay. Examine the blood stain. Examine his wounds. I mean, it's seems like this would include this. Like if if we examine his wounds, I'm not sure why we need to examine the blood stain, but on the other hand, there's that. We do have something to line her up with, but nothing on this card to do it. All right, well, that's that. I'm very keen to look at the room above where he was pushed from. I want to get a lay of the land here. So I'm going to go here to 43. But remember, with this kind of game, because of the delays in YouTube, the way I like to do it is I suggest, if you've got someplace you want me to go, something you're especially keen on doing, don't wait for me to ask. Just shout it out in the channel, and then I'll get to it eventually when I see it. Okay, the room above where the body was found. So, door to the balcony's open. It looks like maybe someone's clothes that they were changing out of. No one's sitting at the desk. I mean, it's all pushed in. Rug. Nothing really jumping out here in this scene that looks suspicious. Is that a woman's dress? Like, why? What? If he fell from here, what was he doing here? Flowers. A picture of a rabbit or something. This doesn't really look like his room, right? And we know his office is here. So whose room is this, is the question. Whose room is this? Let's see if it tells us. We can examine the waste paper basket. We can go out to the balcony. And here's Adele saying, Frank Mariner fell from the balcony of this room. Okay. It's good to get confirmation about that. Waste paper basket might tell us whose room this is. Going out to the balcony might give us a clue, like is there anything on this balcony that he dropped? It might give us nothing. I mean, it's an open question. Was there anything important about this room? But we do want to know why he was there. But you could imagine that we might get that information. If we're trying to be efficient, you might imagine we might get the information elsewhere, but it's hard to see how we would not be going out to the balcony. All right, well, while we're here, let's go out to the balcony. It seems like that's an obvious thing for us to do. Especially if we can see. My gut tells me like someone didn't push him out, but maybe something happened with the dogs or something that the killer wasn't right there with him, but that's just my gut. Okay, let's see what we've got on the balcony. All right, so we're looking over the edge of the balcony. If you look down, you can see Frank's body by the pool. Given the distance, there's no surprise he didn't survive the fall. That's a big, important confirmation for us. That it's not that he was killed by the fall, probably. But look at this. In one corner of the balcony, you find an ultrasonic whistle. You try blowing into it a few times, nothing happens. So that's a huge clue. This should be calling the dogs, but it's not. And why is it dropped here? Looks like he went right off the edge. So if it's not calling the dogs, Does that mean that if someone attacked him, he wouldn't be able to call the dogs to protect him? Is nothing happening because the dogs can't get to us, can't hear us, or because the whistle has been tampered with? We don't know. Okay, then there's some discussion in the chat. What was she doing in that room? How did she see it happen? And Tina says, I think she saw him falling, so she was downstairs. She wasn't in this room. I believe that's right. Ofra was not in the room with him, but we can find out from her where she was. So let's remember, we haven't looked in the waste paper basket, but I think I agree with let's pursue this lead now. Let's ask her what she actually saw. I know this is very hard, but can you tell us what happened? Okay, so we're gonna ask her what actually happened. Let's get some clarification. She says, I went out to get some air. I was literally suffocating in the studio, and I felt like my head was about to explode. I walked a few steps, then I heard a muffled shout from up above me. I looked up and saw two people fighting on a second-floor balcony. It took me a second to realize one of them was our producer. I can't tell you how long it lasted, probably just a few seconds. I was completely shocked. Then suddenly the stranger got the upper hand. He tried to strangle Frank. Frank struggled, couldn't get out of the attacker's grip. He was cornered with his back to the railing. There was no way out. The stranger pushed with all his might to tip Frank over the edge. I was so scared that I ran to warn you. I mean, that's a little bit of a strange statement. His back was to the railing and the stranger pushed. And yet the body is face down. I mean, you could twist while you're falling, but it does seem like if your back is to the railing and you're pushed, it's more likely that you'll land on your back. So that's an odd, especially just one flight up. Is she telling the truth? I wonder. They're fighting. She sees it's a stranger trying to strangle him. Couldn't get out of the attacker's grip. So the person is strangling him on the balcony with his back to the railing. Can't get out. The stranger pushed with all his might. How do you push someone while you're strangling them? That's a little odd. Like, it seems like you would let go of them if you were to be described as pushing with all your might. That's a weird statement. And if Frank's back is to the railing, then you should have seen. She's down here. She's seeing the struggle. Surely she saw what the attacker looked like, right? That's what the channel is saying. Looks like she should have gotten a good look at the stranger. Maybe we should ask what they look like. Rocky says she's lying. If the body flipped, it would be face up with the head closest to the balcony. That's what... Okay, so Rocky is saying not only would he be on his back, but otherwise he would have flipped so that his head would be down on towards the balcony. If he would flip, like he's here, his head's here, his back, he would go down like this. Well, I guess we could do it better here. Here's his head, and here's the balcony. Then Rocky is saying if he fell, he would have gone tipping over and then hit with his head closer to the balcony. Either that, or he would land this way, face up. Either way, this doesn't sound believable. But she should have gotten a good look at him according to his description. So we could ask her to describe the attacker. I thought Rocky left to buy this game himself. What happened? Can you describe the attacker? All right, so we're going to follow up. Well, we got you here. How about you describe the attacker that you should have had a good view of? Let's see what she says. Oprah stops sobbing for a few seconds. She stares fixedly into space. She seems to be concentrating. It was dark. I didn't see it clearly. All I can do is describe the outline I saw. He dominated Frank, who's a pretty big guy, so I'd say he was athletic. I think he was dressed in black, but with the shadows cast by the lights, I can't be sure. I'm sorry I can't be more specific, but it all happened so fast. We have to find him. The break in the sobs is short-lived, and tears stream down Oprah's cheeks once again. Well, it's hard to fake full tears, but it's possible. Well, it might make some sense if the lights are off in the room and they're out around the pool that she would have a hard time making out, but she does say he was big. Dominated Frank. That is interesting. Okay. We've asked her 2 questions. We've looked over the balcony. We haven't examined the wounds, but that seems a little pointless. Seems very likely he died from this fall. So I guess I would have leave these 2 for last. It feels like those are things that probably we don't need to know. Although wounds, he could be strangled. So if he's strangled, we might get some information from the strangle marks. We could discover he was wounded in some other way. But even if you're strangled, it's not like we're going to get fingerprints. And the blood stain, you fall, hit your head, you bleed out. So it feels like these 2 things are low priority for us. And as far as who wanted to hurt Frank, she's got no more better information than anyone else yet. So I think we could leave these for later and move along to our next person of interest. John says Rocky has an interesting theory. All right, let's see here. Seems like someone strangled him with the dog whistle, and when he passed out, he fell forward and his weight broke the cord. Now I'm leaving because I bought the first case. Good luck for real. Maybe there's butter in his pocket, and that's why he's face down. Okay, theory about when you dump toast with butter, it always lands on the butter. All right, well, let's look at this. If you're right, an ultrasonic whistle, you try blowing into it a few times, nothing happens. It's a little hard to tell if we're supposed to know it was broken off or not, but it just feels to me like it's hard to. That seems like you wouldn't be able to choke someone with the whistle. And she says that, let me see. She sees them fighting, and then she sees the stranger try to strangle him, and he couldn't get out of the attacker's grip. So that doesn't seem like you're strangling by the whistle. I think the whistle is a different clue. I think the whistle is more telling us that the dogs are not coming when we're whistling now. The dogs normally come when you whistle. They're not coming now. Someone made sure the dogs would not be able to come defend him. Either they've messed with the whistle, or they've messed with the dogs. That's what I think that's about. All right, so we looked at the body, we looked at the balcony. He was supposed to have gone to bed. So is this his bedroom? Is this his bedroom, is my question. There's his office. There's the recording studio. Maybe that was his bedroom. Well, if that is his bedroom, I'd like to know. And perhaps the way to find out is to look in the trash can. Sure doesn't look like this would be his bedroom, does it? Here might be another clue that it's not his bedroom. Like, whose clothes are those if he is found fully dressed? I think I have to look in that waste paper basket. I'm going to look in the waste paper basket. Feels like this could be just fishing for something, but I want to, if there's a clue to whose room this in, that makes a big difference because then we have a whole different lead to follow. Wastebasket is letters from admirers. Spending your time listening to this kind of music is already hard for me to understand, but wasting your energy writing to them, it's beyond me. Take a look at this letter. Scary, isn't it? My dear, sweet Ophrah, you may hide yourself away, but I will always know where to find you. I can see you in your room. I watch you from the shadows. I'd like to be able to hold you in my arms, to smell the scent of your hair and be with you always, so nothing will keep us apart. Ophrah, Ophrah, I know you'll be mine one day. If you're talking about the quality of the prose, it's frightening indeed. Well, this is pretty big deal because this seems to suggest that this is Oprah's room. This makes it more likely that she is involved, doesn't it? I want to point out something else. Look at this letter. Look at the handwriting. Do you notice anything? What do you notice? There's a very distinctive D. Like the D really stands out. Every time it's written, it's got a little weird hook at the top. I mean, there may be other aspects of it that are a little bit odd, like the E has got its cross way down at the bottom. So it feels like a very distinctive handwriting. Like there's the I, tiny. So let's keep our eyes open for more handwriting samples. It seems like it's a very recognizable handwriting. Look at this. I can see you in your room. I watch you from the shadows. I can see you in your room. So look, let's think about this a little logically. If this is her room, then where would you be staring at her from? Perhaps the garden shed? That would put you in the shadows with the view of her room. In fact, if you said, I'm hiding in the shadows with the view of your room, this really does seem like the number one spot. If you were here, stairs, you get blocked by this. So that feels to me like this is very likely to be where this person could be watching from. And even if Ophelia is not involved, this person could have been watching the room and caught a glimpse of something. So this feels like very good candidate for us to want to check out. Shall we go right to the garden's shed? Let's go to the garden shed. Let's see if our theory is correct. Is someone hanging out in the garden shed watching Ophelia? Oprah. What have we got here? So we've got some notes. If we're lucky, we're going to see them using the same handwriting and we'll be able to identify the worker here writing those notes. Anything else jump out at you? Flashlight, I see. Any missing tool here? Take a good look at this. Maybe a missing tool. And just lots of writings. Well, there's the window through which this person is looking out here, I think. So I think we've got our spot. What is hanging down here? All right, here we go. This is going to crack this case open. Take the flashlight, examine the tools. Neville, I know you love tinkering, but do you really think searching this place is going to help us solve this case? Examine the tools on the wall. I mean, we do look like we have a spot where a tool could be, but we don't, doesn't seem like we need a tool. Do you want to take the flashlight? That's the question. I was hoping we were going to get to read some of these notes for handwriting. Feels like an adventure game, like we should have that flashlight. It is 3:20 a.m., right? So it's dark out. I think we got to take the flashlight. So I am going to take this flashlight. Your best friend if you're looking for something in the dark. You reveal a search symbol. Okay, so remember, we might occasionally get a card that says you have 3 of these, you can get some access to another card. Is this got anyone's name on it? Is it just scratches? Looks like just scratches. Almost looks like it said Jimmy for a second. All right, well, I mean, that doesn't immediately help us. What about this tool thing? Do we think there's a tool missing right here? It almost feels like this is supposed to go here, like it's supposed to get closed and go here, but someone just used it recently and put it back wrong. You know what I'm saying? Where's the review of that? On the other side. So it kind of looks to me like this is supposed to get closed and hung up on this thing. and that someone has put it back wrong, suggesting they used it recently. And this is a bolt cutter. It feels like this could be used to cut the bolts to a gate or something. I think this is suggesting it was used recently. But I'm hesitant to waste one of our actions examining it to be told what we've already figured out. Jonathan says, let's look at it. Okay, so I'm afraid we're going to waste an action confirming what I've already noticed, but let's do it. Let's see if our intuition, if my intuition is right, or if it's got more information. Stored in the tool shed. Whoops. Stored in the tool shed. It looks like it's what I said. Everything is neat and tidy here. Frank Mariner must have been as fussy as you are about his tools. Adele, do you know how you can tell if someone's a good handyman? How their workbench is organized. Everything is in its place. These wire cutters aren't put away right. They're in the right spot, but they've slipped out of alignment, which disturbs the harmony of this workbench, don't you think? Oh, Adele, look, there are traces of green paint on the cutting edge. So it's a little bit of both. I was completely right about my observations that it meant someone used this. But Jonathan was right that there was additional information. Green paint. Green paint. So this is going to have been used to cut some fence or wire of green paint. Now, look down here. What do you see? It's the second half of a number, which means if we find, it looks like probably someone who matches up with this, we can ask them about this. So if we find the groundskeeper, he might be able to be asked about this. So keep an eye out for the matching left-hand side of this. And maybe for this game, it's useful to take the cards that you fully investigated, put them in one area. So we've done both things on this card and all these other cards. And then the cards that you still have things to do on here. So we didn't ask her yet who would want to hurt Frank. And we didn't check the wounds or the body. So I'm going to put these in a different pile here. And we did both of these, flashlight and tools, so they can go there. And if you're counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we've looked at 10 cards. We've looked at a third of the cards before we had, no. We've looked at a little more than a third of the cards that we get to look through. We have to make our first guess at 25. All right, where next? We could check the fences to see if we see any green paint wire. That would be... But what's the idea that this guy let someone else in? Like, if you already have access to the garden shed, why do you need the wires? Maybe you're not clipping a fence, but you're clipping security wires? We don't have any sign of green paint. Could check the fences if someone could have come in. We could check the gate. Oh, Ofra still has to be a suspect for us. She could have gone right up the stairs to her room and pushed him off. And then we can talk to the various people. I guess I'm least interested in talking to the people, more interested in checking out the scene of the crime. I suppose I'd be more inclined to want to go to his office. Jonathan says, I'd go with 7 if we want to check the fence. It seems like a less occupied part and close to the woods to hide in. Hediel says, what path did Oprah take where she leaves the recording studio to look for aspirin and ends up by the pool? Well, she says she just wanted some fresh air. So I guess she's in the recording studio and she just goes right out. Or she goes right out. We don't know if there's not a way to come out here. But either here or there's a way to come out here. We don't know. We don't have a view of the... Yeah, it's a little hard to tell if you could have gotten outside by any other path, but I guess this would be our closest bet. If she really did come out here, which we have my doubts about. If someone was in the kitchen, they might have seen whether she was out there. I think we should go 40, 46. Maybe we can catch another witness who could say no one was out here. Let's go to 40 and 46. And then I'm open to going to the fences. All right, so here's his office. Lights on as if he was working there. Awards. Liquor. Cabinet searched the desk. Decorated to celebrate the master of the house. Examine the cabinet, search the desk. Well, I think we should search the desk. Maybe we can find writing. Sort of curious to hear if he was writing these letters. There wasn't any description of the color of the gate in the beginning. Is that a question or a statement? Cab comes, 10 p.m., takes his whistle, calls the dogs. Releases the dogs on the property. Yeah. All right. Well, while we're here, I think I want to search his desk. I mean, this is our victim, so it makes sense that we're looking for a motive to kill him. He might have letters from someone. Frank Mariner's drawer, it's locked. We're not going to force the lock, are we? Neville, since when do you let a little thing like that stop you? The drawer opens easily. It's full of papers, but the one at the top of the pile looks particularly interesting. It's not signed. Production contract and assignment of exploitation rights. Jim Stapleton agrees to provide the lyrics and music for his next 3 albums to Made by Mariner Inc., a company owned by Frank Mariner. Jim Stapleton agrees to provide the elements pertaining to the first album. Within 6 months of signing this contract, the first album will be sold under the title Jim Stapleton Free at Last. This contract shall remain in effect for a period of 5 years. To question someone about the contract found in Frank's desk, place this card next to the suspect to be questioned. If they line up, you can draw the corresponding cards. Okay, so remember he said, I got a scoop for you tomorrow morning. It looks like this is probably it. Jim Stapleton is going off solo. Now, Is anyone arguing with Jim? Let me just see here. Jim Stapleton is the lead singer. So if this lead singer goes off on his own, that destroys the band. Chat wants me to do something. I'm going to check on that in a second. I just want to see the tension here. Does someone know that he's leaving? Love in my heart. Sandy announces she's going out to smoke a cigarette. Enzo wants to stop her. Sandy leave. Enzo takes it badly, gets angry with Frank and Sandy. Everyone comes back. Walter and Jim get there just in time. Orpha says she's got a headache. Okay. All right, so we just keep this. We could examine the cabinet. Less appealing to me. Nothing else jumps out. Okay, so now the chat was saying, Harry says, look at the wounds. If Orpha is lying, he may not have fallen at all. That's an interesting theory. He may not have fallen at all. That's an interesting theory. No evidence he fell other than his body. That's interesting. But boy, that would solve our case very quickly if we found out he hadn't fallen. That would be like case closed, right? Then Oprah would be lying and she would have had to be the killer. Seems more likely that he was pushed or fell. Okay, let's not rule that out, but I'm not going to do it first because it feels like that would wrap up the case too easily. So I'm not opposed to checking the wounds, but it just seems too easy. Asara says, maybe the killer broke the fence so the dogs leave the marina. Yeah, but why would the dogs leave on their own? That's a little odd. Okay. Let's go back to this for a second. We could talk to Jim about his contract. He might say who knows about it and who's angry about it. You could hope by killing the manager, the person who was going to sign this contract with, that you might keep the band together. But on the other hand, wouldn't you think that the guy would leave anyway? I'm not sure that would stop it. We could check the fences to look for that green paint. We could check the kitchen for a witness. I want to check the kitchen for a witness. If a witness says they saw him fall, then that solves that question. Let me check the kitchen for a witness. There's the bowls for the animals. Were they poisoned? There's the door, the doggy door they can come in and out of. Small little kitchen. Nothing else jumps out to me. You can see out this window. That might be the window to the pool. But probably not, right? Because if this is the kitchen and this is the only door out of the kitchen, probably it's here. So probably this window faces this way, but there might be a window behind us that faces there. Okay. Entire room is impeccable order. There is a canned dog food on a shelf. A service door leads outside. We could examine the dog bowls. We could examine the cupboard. Well, it seems like we got to examine the dog bowls if we think someone might have poisoned the dogs and got rid of them. I don't think that's what happened, but let's see. After this, I'm going to do with what the chat wants to do. They smell like dog food, empty. Then again, do you know how many dogs that don't empty their bowls? All right, well, that seems like a waste. Except if they were poisoned, they did eat it. But all right, well, that may have been a waste. And cupboard, I'm inclined not to mess with that. Although you could, if you got poison in there, how would it help you? Like, let's say you open it up and there's poison. Okay, let's go with what the chat wants to do. Fence 7. Jonathan says we're going to fence 7. We're going to see if someone used the bolt cutters to get into the 7 fence. Okay. Any signs of cutting? Not that I can see from here. Dark. Let's see. Walking randomly around the property isn't the smartest idea. It's too dark to see anything. If you have revealed a search symbol, return card 7 to the box. It will not count as being drawn. So the fact that we picked up that flashlight is what's saving us here. Where's our flashlight? The fact that we have this flashlight means we're not just waltzing in the dark. So this doesn't count as being drawn, goes in the box, and instead we get card 21. That's wonderful. All right, let's light up that fence with a flashlight and see what we see. Whoa. Look at that. There's something on the ground near the wire fence. My goodness, is it another victim? If it's a victim, it's of the canine type. Don't worry, Adele, they're just asleep. They're sleeping pretty soundly. I tried to wake them up, but it's no use. Okay. So the dogs have been drugged. The dogs have been drugged. Probably someone put sleeping stuff in their food. We might, in fact, find that sleeping stuff in the cupboard if we look. And we have something we could ask someone about those dogs if we find a matching thing, which we don't have. Okay, we found the dogs. No sign of green paint. And no need to cut this fence, and the fence isn't cut. So this isn't our cut fence, but this is where the drugged dogs went. Now, why are they there? We don't know, but now we know why they didn't come when he whistled, or when we whistled. All right, how many cards we got? We need some sort of cubes or something to help us keep track. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 of 25. Okay. Where's my... Hold on a second. We've gone through 15 of 25. So we're going to use this to count our remaining 10 before we have to guess. I'm looking for an excuse to use this. All right, let's just try to remember to advance it. All right, so where would you like to go next? I've been doing what I want to do for a while. Who would like to make a decision of where to go next? We've got these places. We've got the people we can talk to. We've got the body with its wounds. We've got, let me see, let me organize my cards to see if there are any other cards here we haven't done fully. So we haven't looked in the cabinet. We haven't looked in his cabinet. We're looking for the match to this, the match to the contract, and the match to the bolt cutter. So if we have people we think could tell us about those things, it would be nice to go there. Otherwise, I'd be inclined to just keep looking around the scene of the crime. Okay, Perry says, I vote wounds. Petiol says, I vote Enzo or Jim. All right, so we're going to do those in turn. We're going to start with the wounds. We're going to examine the wounds. Card 5. Here we go. The fall killed him. His skull's fractured. That must be where all the blood came from. He's bruises on his face. He appears to have fallen face first from his balcony. Do you see anything else? Well, there's a large wound at the base of the neck, as if Mariner had been struck with something. I'm no doctor, but I don't think it was caused by his fall. Also, he's wearing the same clothes he had on when he left the recording studio, but his jacket pocket is ripped. Probably happened in his struggle with his assailant. So, to me, it sounds like he's on his balcony looking out, and someone hit him at the back of the neck. And then he just fell. That would make Oprah lying. I think Oprah just snuck up behind him and hit him in the back of the head. Now, if that's the case, is that weapon still in the room? No, we looked at everything in the room. Does anything look like what you would have hit someone with still in the room? No. So maybe if you hit someone, you have to take it with you. And then the part about the jacket being ripped, is that because he was reaching in it for his whistle? He did fall. He did die from the fall, but base of the neck, large wound, been struck with something from behind. I think that's what we've got. Petiol says, but did Oprah have time to go all the way upstairs to push him? She was gone for less than a minute. It does seem... Well, I mean, think about it. If she had enough time to go out, then she had enough time to go up. John says, we should reread who was where during the break. Oprah might have been in the recording room during the whole break, and she might have an accomplice. Well, okay, let's read it. I guess you have a good point. I guess, well, let's read it, and then we'll talk about the sort of point that I think could be made. So they're practicing. Sandy wants to go out for a cigarette. Enzo tries to stop her. Frank lets her go out. Then she returns after 10 minutes. Later, Enzo says it's time for a break. They're all in the recording studio at that time. He says, time for the break. Sandy and Enzo go to the control room. Oprah invites them for her interview. He's watching Sandy and Enzo. Sandy pulls him back. They start talking again. Half hour later, everyone comes back. Walter and Jim get there just in time. So I guess what we should make note of is that during the break, Walter and Jim are by implication gone during break, but not Oprah, not Sandy, not Enzo. So Oprah, Sandy, and Enzo are there in studio during the break. So if Frank was in fact killed during the break, it would seem like it would have been Walter and or Jim. And then when Walter and Jim get back, then Oprah goes out. And I think what Jonathan was saying is Oprah goes out, right? She's gone for less than a minute. She comes back and says, someone just pushed him and killed him. That gives us our time of death at 3:19. But I think maybe what Jonathan was saying is that if Oprah is lying, then she could be giving a false time of death. And really, he could have been killed during this 30-minute break, right? Let's say Walter kills him during the 30-minute break. They come back. Then Oprah goes out and says, hey, I just saw him get killed while you all are in here alibied. So if she's lying, she's working with someone who killed him earlier and she's giving him an alibi. That's why it's so quickly. Like she doesn't have time to kill him and come back, but she has time to go out and give a fake alibi. Okay, if that theory is true, and I love that theory, then we should start talking to Walter and Jim. Now, Jim has got the solo contract, so it seems very likely that he would not have a good motivation to kill him unless he's being blackmailed into this contract. So I'm up for looking at Walter, but let me just check in with the chat to make sure I'm not missing anything. She could be working with Sandy, who was out for 10 minutes. The problem with that theory is that, okay, so Sandy comes back after 10 minutes. It's true, right? But then if Sandy killed him, they would have to hope that the body stayed there on the ground for 10 minutes, plus the entire time that this is happening, and then hope no one else sees the body. That seems like a much too big a risk to me. So that seems unlikely to me. All right, so with our new theory is, unless we think that the contract with Jim is being signed against his will, like is on very bad terms. Let's see. Next 3 albums within 6 months. And the title is Free at Last. So I don't think Jim Stapleton has a motive. But if Jim and Walter are gone during all this, then Walter is my prime suspect working with Oprah. Or it could be, don't forget, someone else, not one of the band, working with Oprah. But let's check out the drummer, Walter Domingo. I think we should talk to him now. I think we need to talk to Walter now. Keep your eye open for a murder weapon, too. Something heavy you've been hit on the back of the head with. We didn't see anything like that in the kitchen, did we? Oh, that would be another reason to look in that cabinet of the kitchen. In case the murder weapon is dumped in there on the way out. But let's go talk to the drummer now, because I'm highly suspicious of Walter now being the actual murderer. Is it with a drumstick? That's not very heavy, though. Let's see what the chat says. My guess is Oprah wants to keep the band together. She's protecting someone she must know about Jim's solo contract. Pediel says Frank is proven alive after Sandy's break, right? It says he heads off. Ooh. That's a good point. That's a good point. I was saying, what if he kills him during the break? Everyone comes back. No. No, that's not right. Let's see. Frank cuts the argument short, lets Sandy leave. Enzo gets angry at Frank. Sandy comes back. Frank heads off to bed. No, Frank heads off to bed right before the break starts. Then there's a half hour where he's probably going to bed and he gets killed. So Frank does not come back after the break. Frank leaves right at the start of the break. So we're still good with one of the people during the break possibly killing him and setting up a fake timeline alibi with Ofra. So that means Walter is my number one suspect working with Ofra. Possibly breaking his neck with a drumstick even. Right? Held straight out. Okay, let's talk to him. He's like, look at me. Could I kill someone? Jim is present when you question Walter, as if to protect him. Walter suddenly bursts out in a rather surprising laugh. Frank is dead? Crazy, huh? Walter stops laughing and starts drumming on his knees with his fingers. Boom, quick, boom, ding, boom. He's nervous. Ask him his thoughts on the band. He says, we're the greatest band in the whole world. Ask about Frank Mariter. He made fun of me a lot, but at least I didn't fall off a balcony. About Enzo, he says, Frank's third guard dog. He does exactly what Frank tells him to do. Jim Stapleton. He's my big brother. He's a genius. I do everything he tells me. Everything. About Sandy, she gets my talent. She doesn't want me to do anymore, but more like all right, he's saying she wants him to play differently. On Oprah, he says it must have been hard for her to see Frank fall. And we ask him, did you see anything unusual tonight? And we've got a little line here for him. I don't think we have anyone to match up with about that. No, nothing to match him up with. All right, so he stutters. That doesn't really help us. Jim Stapleton, he's my big brother, but that just must mean metaphorically, not his actual brother. He was out of the room during the break, so if he's not our suspect, he might have seen something. Let me check in with the chat. There's some conversation going on here. Sandy's keeping Enzo back seems odd. I think Sandy is in the clear if the death was during the break. James says, do we think the trespasser question in Oprah's letter is a red herring? Is there a trespasser? We have to answer that question first. I agree. We do have a trespass. We do have to answer that question. Sandy could have drugged the dogs or any number of things during her smoke break. That's an intriguing idea. Drugged the dogs during the 10-minute solo smoke break. Yes. The whole band could be involved. It's absolutely true. The whole band could be involved. But if Jim has a solo contract, he wouldn't seem to have a good motive to hurt Frank. He does seem nervous. He was gone. I'm inclined to ask him. One advantage to talking to Jim is we could ask him about the contract. And he could tell us whether he was with Walter, since the two of them were both gone during the break. All right, let's talk to Jim. Let's talk to Jim. Petiel says, I think Walter saying I do everything Jim tells me is suspicious. Yes, I agree with you. Okay. Here's Jim Stapleton. I'm shocked. It's awful. Frank's murder cannot go unpunished. We've got to find the bastard who did this and make him pay. On the band, I've been wondering about our future for a while now. Sandy wants us to change. It looks easy on paper, but it's not. John says, have you been updating your counter? No, I haven't. I think we're two. I think we've gone two. I'll count in a second, though. Sandy wants us to change. It looks easy on paper, but it's not. Maybe we need to take things in a radically different direction, like changing the band's name and trying out other musical styles. Why isn't he telling us about his contract? As far as Frank, we're going to have to keep going without him. Regarding the sound engineer, Enzo, straightforward professional visionary. Frank was extremely lucky to have him as his right-hand man. Sandy, her talent is underestimated by the media. As far as Oprah goes, a voice unlike any other. Walter Domingo, he's like a little brother to me. He's got to constantly be protected from people who try to take advantage of his innocence or who just want to make fun of him. That's something Frank did a little too often for my taste. Did you notice anything suspicious during the break? What does the future hold for Candy Love without Frank Mariner? Okay, now, where's his contract? Because he's giving us some bullshit line about the band. He's not admitting that he's got plans. So it feels to me like we should confront him about this. Like, you're telling us the band's going to go in a different direction and you're going to be free at last. You really are not trying to get this band together, so something's awfully suspicious. This counts against us, unfortunately. Card counts, but let's see if he comes clean. What the? A trespasser broke in. He attacked my producer. He committed murder. And you're going through Frank's stuff. You really want me to comment on this? Seriously? I hope the cops will get here soon so they can take over this case and slap some handcuffs on that murderer. So he basically just deflected the whole thing, doesn't want to talk about it. Well, that's unfortunate. He's got a line here, but I don't see any other card to match up with that line. Well, Jim, how about you just tell us about that contract? He won't do it. I don't like this guy. All right. Well, we wasted some time talking to him about that contract, but it's fishy. Very fishy that he's not coming clean about all that. You could ask him if he's noticed anything. We could ask Walter if he noticed anything. They were both gone during their breaks. They won't tell us where they went. This guy is quick. Like, he was already, we confronted him with information that he lied and he just completely deflected. I don't think we're going to be able to trip him up. But Channel thinks a little differently. James says, ask Jim what happened during the break. We need to know if he and Walter split up. But this guy lies. He's a good liar. I think maybe we better get more likely get the truth from this guy, or at least he might slip up. We're at risk of running out of cards. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay. So we're down to here. We've got 6 more cards that we can draw before we have to answer questions. As a reminder, our questions are, how did the trespasser enter the property? So the answer might be they were already on it, or they were let in. What happened to the dogs? Okay, we know they were drugged with sleeping medicine. So that we have an answer to, I believe. Who's responsible? We don't know. Why was he killed? We don't really know. If you had to pick a reason why he was killed, it would be to break that contract with Jim Stapleton. That would make one of the other, or two of the other band members are prime suspects. Another possibility would be if he was having an affair with, if he was sleeping with Oprah and Oprah's secret admirer saw them. What do you think the wire cutters were used for? Well, we got to take a break. So we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. Channel is talking theories in the chat. Let's take a look. I think what we are convincing ourselves now properly is that this is an inside job. And a very interesting observation was made, which is we found these wire cutters, bolt cutters in the garden shed. And it's got green paint. So we're thinking, well, we went here, we found the dogs drugged. we were thinking, don't we have to find that green paint and see what the wire cutters were used? Like maybe we're going to see green paint on this fence or somewhere else. But I think what the chat was thinking through is that, let's say we find a hole in a fence here with green paint. That's got to be a setup to make it look like a trespasser. It makes no sense that you'd use the bolt cutters here and put them back here to get out. Now you could say that you're going to use the bolt cutters to cut open a chain link fence so that an intruder could come in. So you'd have an inside the job accomplice with an outside attacker. So that is a theory. If you had one of the people, like let's say Ofra, who is working with someone else off the property, that would be a reason why Ofra or someone would cut the fence to let an intruder sneak on. But then you'd have to ask, when would they cut that fence? But I guess they could have cut it even before the practice started to let someone in. So that is possible, but that definitely gives you an inside the job accomplice at the minimum. At minimum, this is an inside the job accomplice. At maximum, it's all entirely an inside job and there is no trespasser. So then that would make this a trick question. If we had to guess why he was killed, the best guess we have now is that he was going to break up the band by giving Jim a contract, a solo contract. If that's true, then that makes the most likely suspect one or all of the rest of the band. On the other hand, only Walter and Jim left during the break, and Jim and Walter follows Jim completely. I do everything he tells me. Must have been hard for her to see Frank fall. I just want to see again with what she actually says. It's Frank. I just saw someone attack him. They pushed him off the balcony. Okay, so she does say she saw him fall, so he would know that. We don't believe Oprah is telling the truth. Why do we believe that Oprah is lying? Because she describes a scene of him being choked and then getting pushed, which isn't consistent with how he falls. We know from looking at the wounds that he was hit on the back of the head. Because of that, it makes Oprah a liar. We believe now that Oprah is lying to us. Given that we believe she's lying, it seems that we should follow up on her more. She says it was dark. I can't be sure what I saw. I was so scared I ran to warn you. We asked her what happened. We asked her to describe the attacker. She said it was dark. She's crying and trembling. I don't know. Asking her who would have wanted to hurt Frank if she's the killer. I'm not sure we can trust what she has to say. Hmm. Six more left. Well, this is a little bit of metagaming, but one of the ways I've gotten burned on this game is not by not taking questions literally and seriously. It does say, how did the trespasser enter the property? I have yet to find a trick question So that kind of suggests to me that there really is a trespasser, in which case what we've got is we've got someone working with an external assistant, in which case we should find the hole in the fence that someone let their accomplice in. Let me point out, this fence looks like, are we to read from this that if you came in from the beach, you wouldn't have to go through the fence? So if you got in through the wire cut fence, it seems like this would be the last place to go. Or you could cut the gate, but wouldn't people see you if you cut the gate? Maybe not if it's 3:20 a.m. James says, I guess the argument for a trespasser is the dogs. They don't attack the band members, only strangers. That's a very good point. You could do it both ways, right? You could say, well, it has to be an inside job to drug the dogs, unless you threw over a piece of meat that was drugged, but probably you drugged them in the kitchen. I guess if we opened the kitchen cabinet and found the sleeping powder, that would confirm that. But Jonathan counterpoints that and says they might have drugged the dogs so they wouldn't come when the whistle is blown. That's a good point, too. It was such an interesting idea to say that if we found a hole in the fence, it could be, we wouldn't know what to make of it because it'd either be a pretending to be a trespasser or it would be a trespasser. And Jonathan is saying, even if they would not attack a band member, they would come barking up a storm. That's true. It's worth pointing out, since we've been discussing about time elements and choices, that the reason we're chewing on this so heavily is because we have only limited turns. All right, let's ask Walter if he saw anything. He was out during break. I want to know. So, card 3. Walter sneaks a glance at Jim as if asking permission while drumming nervously on his knees. Walter, could you cut that out for a minute? The young man immediately stops tapping his knees and replies, looking confused. No, everything was the same as usual. When Enzo called for a break, I went to sleep in my room. Our rehearsals take forever. We're up until 5 in the morning, so whenever I can catch some shut-eye. Jim was the one who woke me up. He does it a lot because I'm a deep sleeper, right, Jim? Jim Stapleton nods in agreement. Ugh, useless. Everything was the same as usual. He goes, takes a nap. Jim wakes me up. Useless. 5 more left. Jim is suspect. Yeah, but he's the one guy who doesn't seem like he should have a motive. I mean, it's suspicious that he's not admitting the contract, but the album's name was going to be Free at Last, so he's about to sign a contract. Why on earth would he kill him? Unless someone else tells us something that we don't know. I'm going to have to check this fence. I'm sorry. I got to know if we can locate the green paint in case we have to make a guess, in case we do get evidence of a trespasser. And hopefully our flashlight's going to help us. All right, so there's the fence. I don't see any holes in it. I'm going to give myself another thing. All right. You can't see anything here. It's way too dark. If you have revealed a search symbol, return card 33 to the box. It will not be counted, and draw card 13. Okay, so we've got our flashlight, thankfully, which lets us see in the dark. The fence was cut. There's just enough room for a man to squeeze through it. The ground here is pretty heavily trodden. Examine the fence closely for clues. All right, well, we found a hole in the fence. We know it was going to be cut with those bolt cutters. If we examine it, we're more than likely just going to get that it's paint, green paint, right? We could get a scrap of clothing, but I don't feel like it. I feel like it's redundant. I feel like we don't need that information. The only question is, did they really cut this to let in a trespasser? Just enough room for a man to squeeze through. Oprah said he was a big giant man. I think it's more that she's lying again, but boy, that's a really elaborate setup, though, to drug the dogs, cut a hole just to make it look like a trespasser came in. But it is exactly what we predicted. If we find the hole, how do we know it's not a setup? Does seem like as a detective, if we find the hole that we think someone came in with, shouldn't we be examining it? But I think we're just going to find that it's got green paint. I feel like this is going to match with what we find the drugs in the kitchen cabinet. Oh no, this is a person to talk to. Good thing we took that flashlight. I wonder if we need to go back and look inside the cabinet of Frank's office. John says maybe Oprah convinced her stalker to attack Frank, and there was a trespasser. It's certainly possible. Let's go into the cabinet 51, which gives us another thing. It's a trophy. Produced of the year 1960. That's the year that Life is So Pop, the Candy Love's best album, was released. Did you notice the trophy's spick and span, although there's still some dust on the shelf it's on? Only a neat freak like you would notice a detail like that. So is it suggesting that this is what he was hit on the back of his head with? If so, it'd be one more push towards thinking there isn't really a trespasser. No lines on it. No way we can ask someone about it. That does not help us. Well, let's revisit the things we can do. We can talk to people we haven't talked to. They may have some information about. Was anyone arguing with Oprah or at odds with her that might give us some? Frank and Sandy are arguing. Sandy and Enzo are arguing. Maybe they're arguing about something that's relevant to us. They start talking again. So the two of them, it is a little odd she doesn't want him leaving. He's mad at her leaving. So he's not working with her. That's probably Enzo, our sound engineer. He seems like he's in the clear. Might he be the one to talk to and get true information? You guys seem to want to talk about these people, but if they're lying and they're in on it. All right, it looks like two people want to talk to Sandy. James has a good point. Maybe a 5-year contract is just another leash from Jim's point of view. But what would be your theory then? Why would he be pressured into signing something that he didn't want to? And why would the album be called Free at Last? And why wouldn't he then tell us when we asked about it that I never would have signed that, whatever? He says, I'll have a scoop for you. I don't buy it. If Sandy isn't lying, she might have seen something during her smoke break. That's a good point. Okay, we're going to talk to Sandy then. She's the one who left on our smoke break. She might not be involved in any of this. 47. So we're going to do that and talk to Sandy. See if she saw anything. What happened is awful. I can't believe it's real. How could someone have attacked Frank? Regarding the band, the Candy Love, the band's at a crossroads. We either reinvent ourselves or we die. Frank Mariner was a real professional. He knew what he wanted to do with us. Enzo is very professional and very organized. He understands our talent. Jim Stapleton, I'm pushing him to explore new horizons. I even bought him a sitar so he could learn about Indian music. For Winter, our friendship is solid as a rock. As far as Walter, he's still a kid. We need to protect him. He suffered a lot, but he's got a talent for drumming that a lot of people would kill to have. You have any idea who could have attacked Frank? Did you notice anything suspicious during the evening? That's what you guys want to ask her about, huh? What she was doing during her break. Ugh. All right, here we go. We're in for a penny, in for a pound. We're going to ask her about if she saw anything suspicious while she was on her smoke break. She better come through for us. No, nothing. Nothing in particular. I only left the studio once at 1 a.m. Enzo runs a pretty tight ship, and he's usually the person who decides when we can go out. Since we weren't getting anywhere, I decided to go for a smoke. Obviously, that really ticked Enzo off, but I was mad too. He didn't like any of my ideas. Anyway, to make it up to him, I went to talk to him at the break. I wanted to try to convince him we weren't headed in the right direction. We talked in the recording studio for a long time till everyone else came back and the rehearsal started again, but Enzo wouldn't change his mind. Ugh, useless. Absolutely useless. Oh. My dear, I want to look at this again. You may hide yourself away, but I will always know where to find you. I can see you in your room. I watch you from the shadows. I'd like to hold you in my arms, to smell the scent of your hair and be with you always, so nothing will keep us apart. I know you'll be mine one day. We only have one more clue, then we have to make a guess. So let's look at our questions and see what are most likely. What do we not know? I guess we could make a guess at these. If we have to, we can make them right now. We can say Oprah is involved. Maybe she let in the guy with the wire cutters. She poisoned the dogs. That her stalker was responsible for Frank's death so that he wouldn't break up the band. That would require her to know that he was breaking up the band. She's really acting all on her own? He's crying up a storm. Hmm. Sora thinks they all did it. It's not a terrible idea. But then why? They're going to a lot of trouble to clip the fence to make it look like an intruder. Hmm. Let's look at what we haven't done. We haven't gone to the gate. We haven't looked in the recording studio itself. We haven't looked at the stairs leading to the beach. We haven't talked to Enzo, the engineer. We haven't asked Sandy about who might have wanted to hurt Frank. We haven't examined the hole in the fence. We haven't examined the blood stain. You might imagine that if we examine, I don't know what we're going to see in the bite. We haven't examined the cupboard to see if there might be some sleeping poison for the dogs. We haven't asked Jim about the future or anything suspicious. You could make the argument that this bad attitude Jim Stapleton, who looks like Jim from The Office, you could make the argument that he's the one person, he and Enzo are the people least likely to have a motive. And therefore, and he's the one who wakes up Walter, so he's awake. So he might be the one most likely to not be involved. Although he doesn't have anything bad to say about anyone. We're going to have to keep going without him. All right, so I think one candidate of what to do is to talk to this guy with a bad attitude who might be innocent. And then the hole in the fence would be another candidate. I guess the hole in the fence might be my other good candidate thing. And I suppose Enzo might be the one most likely to be able to tell us the truth about this band. Since he'll be the one, if they're all working together, Enzo might be the one to give us the real truth. So I suppose he would be like talking to Jim. Maybe if you wanted to get the real scoop, if you believe the band could be all in it together, then maybe Enzo would be your best bet. But I wonder if it would take us another card. The free at last statement. Who said free at last? Is the Oprah's letter actually sung lyrics? If so, Jim's the band's composer. Yeah, I thought about it being lyrics too. It's a good question. It's a very interesting question. Oh, let's look at it. Does it rhyme? Ophrah, you may hide yourself away. I always know where to find you. I can see you in your room, watch you from the shadows. I'd like to be able to hold you in my arms, smell the scent of your hair, and be with you always, so nothing will keep us apart. Ophrah, Ophrah, I know you'll be mine one day. Oh, away, day. It's an interesting idea. Where's our contract? I like this idea that could we identify this as Jim? Do we have another? Do we have any information about Jim's handwriting on that contract? It's not signed, right? But what about the album or anything? We have She's My Love, a Deep Love. These are all songs about love. Love, 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 love. Because you love me, deep love. Where is my love? This is a very interesting idea that Jim is in love with Ophrah. But what's the point? If he's in love with Ophrah, why would she lie for him? Why would he kill Frank? I don't. Jonathan says, I know, or James says, I know that Frank gets copyright over the songs. Maybe that's a motive. But, I mean, there's no sign that this is against his will. Look at his album title, Free at Last. So, I mean, we have no evidence that he's got anything over him. Maybe Frank is forcing him to go, so I guess, but there's no sign of it. What does Jim say about Frank? Let's see. What does he say? I mean, maybe he's not going to admit it, but I don't know. I mean, that's a big stretch. Let's see what he says about Frank. We are going to have to keep going without him. All right, what's it going to be? We've got one more card to read. Let's see if we do. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah, we got one more card. So what's it going to be? We can ask him if he saw anything suspicious. We could look in the cupboard. We could talk to Enzo. We could go down to the beach house. And we're hoping to answer one of these questions. Isara says, so Frank was leaving or they were leaving him? No, he's just saying now that he's dead, we're going to have to keep going without him. Jonathan says, what does the future hold? Harry says 42, which I don't know what that is. You have to tell me what that is. Talk to Enzo. I'm going to... Perry wants to go to 52. James wants to go to 52. You're already saying, I'm wondering about our future. Sandy wants us to change. Maybe we need to take things in a radically different direction, changing the band's name, trying out other musical styles. That's what he's going to say. I don't like it. I'm going to make a, it's either going to be, all right, we're going to have a vote. Here's the choices I'm giving you. It's either going to be talking to Enzo as our one person who we might be able to trust. He's the one person on the scene. In fact, that's what we're going to do. We're going to talk to him. He's the one person that seems very clearly no motive, no opportunity. So if the band is all in this together, here's our person who can give us the scoop. So I'm going to go for him. Done and done. "38-year-old sound engineer. I'm going to call the police, but they won't get here for a while. In the meantime, we should stay on the lookout. I saw someone hanging around here a couple days ago. Killer could still be on the property, but if that's the case, I'm surprised Zeus and Apollo haven't caught them yet. Regarding the band, their latest album wasn't a major hit, but I think they can still be a huge success. Frank Manor, he's been my boss for more than 10 years. Over time, I've become his right-hand man. Jim Stapleton is all about false modesty. He acts humble, but he knows he's the only member of the group who's got the talent to go solo. Oprah Winter, all tears and tantrums. She's exhausting. Walter Domingo is adult, village idiot, endowed with an incredible natural talent. He's an amazing drummer. Sandy, well, she's the backbone of the group. She's a visionary and a cool girl. He likes Sandy. You saw an intruder on the property? Things seemed tense between you and Frank during the recording, weren't they? What will happen to Frank's production company now that he's deceased? That's an interesting question. Do we have anything to match this up with? I don't think so. We have nothing on the right-hand side. Okay. He saw someone hanging around here a couple days ago, but it doesn't say where. Maybe if we asked him. What about the solo contract? That doesn't match? Oh, that's a good question. Oh. We could ask him about the contract, but we're not allowed to. We've had our 25 cards, so we have to answer something now. All right, good catch, Jonathan. We can ask him about the contract. What we really want to ask him about is the intruder, but we can't. We've seen our 25 cards. Okay, well, let's answer our questions as best we can. Everyone can independently make your guesses here. All right, so at our 25 card mark, What are we saying? I'm going to say there was an intruder. And then I'm going to say the inside accomplice cut fence at 33, which is the west side, where the fence was cut up. That's my... I'm going to guess it's not a trick question, that they really did enter the property that way. And I'm going to say they were drugged in their food, I guess. Who's responsible? And then why was he killed? Okay, well, I'm going to say it's Oprah and her stalker. I think I think she may not have a stalker. I think that the chat may have been right about that being Jim, but oh, I don't really know. Why was he killed? I'm gonna say to avoid the band breakup with solo Jim. So some wanted to avoid Jim going solo. That's my guess. Let's see. I don't feel great about those, but those are my guesses. Let me see if the channel can talk me out of it. So James says 6 is interesting. What happens now that Frank is dead? That's the copyright theory. Do they retain access to their albums if he dies? That's a good question. Okay, Jonathan says Ofra cut the fence to let the intruder. The dogs were drugged by Ofra. Yes, that's my also theory, Ofra. But then, oh, Jonathan seems to agree with me. James says no stalker, that it's lyrics. I think that's a pretty good guess. DJ says, I think it was anyone from outside. An intruder wouldn't know how to get the trophy from the cabinet if the trophy was really used. I think that's a good point. Isara says, or Perry says, my answer is the same, except I think it was Jim and Walter that did it. Isara said, I think they're all involved. I think the dogs were drugged strong enough to throw him over, killed because of something about the band. James says, I've switched from thinking a band member killed Frank to stop Jim from going solo to thinking Jim killed Frank. Frank was forcing him into another bad deal. And I think Sandy drugged the dogs. I do... Petiel says, no trespass or Sandy drugged the dogs during the smoke break. Walter entered Jim getting out from under Frank's control. It's compelling. It is compelling. I'm having second thoughts. So let me paint the picture, because I think the picture looks something like this. At first glance, it looks like Jim is going to sign a solo contract. He's the only one with real talent. Let's take that as a given. And the contract is being prepared by Frank. But Jim doesn't want to sign it. Why doesn't Jim want to sign it? Because Jim wants to take the band in a different direction, and he's in love with Ofra. He doesn't want to break up the band, but the band's in trouble. Frank owns all of the copyright to their music. So Frank is going to somehow Frank is pressuring them, Jim, to go solo. The reason it's not signed is because he doesn't want to sign it. He's in love with Oprah. I like this theory. Can I point out something that the gang has completely overlooked? Something serious that this group has completely overlooked the significance of. And I don't know why we didn't discuss it. Let me walk you through this and you tell me what we've overlooked when I get to it. Here's Frank's body. Here's the balcony he was standing on. Oprah sees them get into a fight. He gets pushed off. Now, what's unexplained? What should be a big question mark in our mind? We went over like how he died. He got pushed off. Did he get hit in the back of the head? That's all fine and well. But more fundamentally, what's wrong with this picture? What? DJ Moneycut says, why didn't she help? No. Jonathan says, what I'm thinking. What is he doing in her room? He leaves to go to sleep. What is he doing in her room? We don't know that it's her room. Well, the note in her basket seems to suggest it's her room. Could be Jim's room. James says, I think it's Jim's room. I like James's thinking. James is thinking that what we're looking at are lyrics. But boy, that's still a very good question. Whose room is that and why is he in it? Let's look at that room again. Well, why would he be in Jim's room? Look, that looks like a girl's room to me. But what are we looking at here? Is there any... It's Jim's room if those were the lyrics. We could only get handwriting because we've got handwriting of the note. It's described as a letter. Letters from admirers. Spending your time listening to this kind of music is already hard for me, but wasting your energy writing them is behind me. Take a look at this letter. Scary, isn't it? I can see you in your room. I watch you from the shadows. I know you'll be mine one day. And then here are the lyrics. There's nowhere where we can get Jim's handwriting, huh? I'm liking this theory that this is lyrics. But if it's Jim's room, hmm. The thing is, it has to be premeditated murder. It has to be premeditated murder because of the poisoning of the dogs. Hmm. When we're allowed more cards, we could check the rehearsal. Okay. Well, has everyone on the record, has everyone written down the answers? I'm going to stick with mine, but I like the theory of Jim as the killer and the writer, or as the group. But if here's a little, I mean, if Jim is the killer, why is Oprah covering for him? And if Oprah's covering for him, then why isn't she and Jim together already? Why would you need to kill this guy? All right, everyone's on the record. Then let's move on and get more cards. Okay, let's pursue our theories. Let's pursue our theories now. One is that it could be Jim. The other one is, as Jonathan noticed, we can now ask about this contract. All right, let's ask about this contract because Enzo might know that Jim doesn't want to sign this contract. So I think we should ask about that. We tried asking Jim, and he didn't want to talk about it, but Enzo may know some truth. Enzo studies the contract. He stares at us, but doesn't seem surprised by our document. What do you want me to say? This is business. Frank was no choir boy, and he probably thought the candy love was on its way out. I disagree. But since Made by Mariner is his company, he had the right to prepare for the future. Reading on, Enzo explains, well, as usual, Frank is not very generous with his artists. Jim could get at least double this amount. That said, it explains the argument Frank and Jim had 2 days ago. They were in the recording studio, and I was at my console on the other side. I didn't hear what they were saying, but it sounded like it was pretty heated. I bet Jim wanted to negotiate his fee, which is why he didn't sign the contract. Often leave my tapes running and they record everything that happens. Maybe the conversation was recorded. If we had only gotten this earlier. Okay, now that we have this, that cracked the case open. So now, don't you think we need to go to the recording studio? and see if we can't get a tape. This could crack this whole thing wide open. Here we go, 16. Surely that's what we're doing. Okay, that was our first card. I think Jim is looking better and better like our suspect. All right, let's look in here. Here's the recording studio. Cigarette, writing, nothing else. Would you look at all these buttons? You'd think this was NASA's Mission Control Center. I don't think these entertainers can really be compared to aerospace engineers. We could examine the tapes or we could examine the recording session schedule. I'm going to move this up. All right, let's look at the tape. I'm just on automatic here, looking for a recording. Here we go. Here we go. Enzo sorts them in various boxes. Can you remind me what we're looking for here? I'm not exactly sure, but fans would be willing to fork over their money for unreleased recordings of the Candy Love, even recordings of their rehearsals. If you have revealed a tape symbol, return card 15 to the box. It will not count. And draw card 17. Here we go. This is it. Okay, this goes to the box. 17 comes out. That's our third one. It's a tape. Several long minutes spent rummaging through the boxes turns up something interesting. This tape, dated 2 days ago, is in the to erase box. After rewinding it and pressing play, Jim and Frank's voices can be heard. Jim, I'll give you one more day to think about it. Frank, I've told you once, and I'll tell you again for the last time, no, I'm not interested. What you don't seem to want to understand is that the Candy Love is finished. As long as I'm alive, you won't be able to play any venues or release any records. I'll sue you into the ground. The contract you signed ties you to me. Let me make things perfectly clear. This is the last Candy Love album you will ever record. So if you want to have any hope of staying relevant, don't be an idiot and do what I say. You're the only person who thinks Candy Love's over. Enzo agrees with us. Enzo? Even if he's sleeping with Sandy, he's not in charge. He answers to me, and you better do the same. Go to hell, Frank. Okay. So this was James's theory, and in the direction that I was summarizing as a possibility, that actually Jim doesn't want to go solo. He is in love with Oprah, and he wants to keep the band together, and Frank is pressuring them. So, in other words, it feels like that maybe the whole band in on this together, or Jim as the mastermind. But Oprah's lying to cover up for Jim. And if Jim is the murderer and he's the sort of mastermind, then it does no good us asking him if he's seen anyone in the future. So they may all be working together on this, making it look like an intruder, including possibly even Enzo, and they've hit him with this. And then he could be in either Oprah's room or Jim's room. I like where we're going here. So now we know what Frank has over them. He's locked them into a contract, and he's basically saying, you're not going to let the band continue. I'm going to kill off this band if you don't sign solo, and he doesn't want to sign. I got another clue for us. I'm going to read it to you, and you tell me what you think it means. Tell me if you're on the same page as me. James is going to get MVP for this session for guessing these things right about Jim, I think. But let me, a little subtle clue to back that up. So we listened to this recording, right? 2 days ago. It's Jim saying, I don't want it. I'm not going solo. I want the band. And Frank saying, I'm not going to let this band continue, right? Okay. You won't be able to play any venues. You're the only person who thinks it's over. Enzo agrees with us. He's sleeping with Sandy. That's why we heard he was blushing when we asked about he's not in charge. You'll do the same. Okay, he says, go to hell, Frank, right? Jim says to him, go to hell, Frank. Now, one of the details that convinced me in the beginning that Jim wanted to go solo was this. Sit in on the recording session. You'll have more than enough time to interview me tomorrow morning. I'll even have a scoop for you. So when we found the contract, I said, aha, that's the scoop. Jim is going solo. He's going to announce it tomorrow morning. That was evidence I used for saying that Jim was going to go solo and had no motive. But I think there's another way to read it. What am I thinking of when I say there's another way to read this? What do you think I could be thinking? Let's see. Jonathan usually gets on my wavelength more than anyone. Let's see. This one's a little trickier. But let's see if anyone can guess what I'm thinking of here. James says, the scoop is it's Candy Love's last album breaking up. Nope, that's not what I'm thinking. Maybe this one is a stretch. I won't keep you guessing too long if no one guesses what I'm thinking. I could give you a clue. The scoop could be they're staying together. No. The scoop is he murdered Frank. No. The scoop is the solo move. Yes, I think the scoop is the solo move. But I guess I'm trying to say something more subtle. Let me put it, I'll sort of set it up a little differently. This is clearly a premeditated murder. They've drugged the dogs. They've cut the fence. James says he's forcing Jim's hand by announcing it. Nope, that's not what I'm thinking. It's a premeditated murder. They've cut the fence. They've drugged the dogs. So what would be an element of the premeditated murder, I'm thinking, is that Jim says to him, okay, you got what you wanted. I'm going to sign over. Everything's good. Maybe meet me in my room. We'll sign the contract. It's all good. Like, now that they've planned to kill him, if they're planning to kill him, maybe they tell him, okay, everything's good. Like, I changed my mind. I'll go solo. I'll sign the contract. It's all good. Bring the contract over. Maybe come to my room. We'll talk it over. Like, I feel like maybe if Jim planned to kill him, then why fight with him? You just tell him you're going to sign the contract, keep everything on good terms, and then you kill him. And that's my thinking. In other words, it was clear he didn't want to sign it 2 days ago, and he was like, fuck you, I'm not signing it. Now he's had a change of heart. Has he really? Or is they've just had decided they're going to kill him, so now they don't gotta, now they can just pretend like everything's good. All right, we got to take a break. We'll come back. I think we know where we want to look to confirm our theory, find out if everyone in on this or just Jim. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. We're 3.5 hours into this easy case. Quite a compelling case. And the channel's a little bit split. I think we've all come over to what James initially had pegged, this idea that maybe some other group in the channel as well, that Jim was behind this. But it could be the whole group is involved. And I think at this point, we believe that the group is involved, but it could be one of them and an intruder, or it could be all of them. And the question is now, how are we going to settle that? The issue that's really bothering me is the room. We know he was hit on the back of the head, probably by that award. And that makes us fairly certain that Oprah is lying about it. So we know she's sort of in on it. And we know this is a premeditated attack. Someone had to have drugged the dogs ahead of time. And I think that tells us that it's a wider conspiracy, because our best candidate for who drugged the dogs would be Sandy, who goes out for her 10-minute cigarette break early. Although I guess Jim and Walter go out later too. But it's much more likely, it seems to me, that the dogs had to be drugged earlier. So that seems like it's more likely to be Sandy. But I'm still bothered by the room that he was hit on the back of the head out. Like, was that, if that's his room, it doesn't look like it would be his room. But also, then, why is it really looks like a girl's room to me. With the flowers, multiple flowers. A dress or something, a robe. But in the waste paper basket is the lyrics or the letter. If it's the lyrics or a letter, then it could be, if it's just lyrics, it could be, if it's lyrics, it could be Jim's room, or it could be lyrics that Jim gives to Oprah, or it could be a fan letter to Oprah. Either way, if it's not, look, this clearly isn't Frank's room, the manager who runs this whole place. So then my question is, what is he doing up here? But isn't it likely that James says, I guess it's no one's room, just a guest room. So is it possible that what's happened is that Oprah has gone out here and lured Frank out to the balcony, knowing that Jim was going to be behind him to hit him on top of the head? Either way, what is the evidence? And I guess what I was hoping for is that we'd find evidence of some letter luring him out there. Maybe that's why his pocket was torn, because someone took back the letter that they gave him telling him where to meet. Maybe they even clipped the fence to make it look like an intruder, put back the clip. Maybe they threw something off the fence, some evidence over the fence. Got rid of some evidence. I'm thinking now to come down here to see if when they put the wire clippers back, they threw some evidence over the fence. We know that when they clipped the wires, they came back here and hung it up. Is it crazy that I want to go look down the stairs to see if someone threw something over this fence, some evidence? Let's recap the things we can do. We can examine the recording session schedule. I'm not sure. We know they're on a tight schedule. That could help us. We could talk to Walter, who claims he was sleeping, ask him if he saw anything. We could examine the blood stain. Not sure why that's helpful. We could ask him about the future or whether he noticed anything suspicious, but since we think he's the murderer, I'm not sure how that's going to help us. Let me zoom out here in case we see anything here. We've asked him about the contract. Oh, here, this is a good card. We could ask him about the intruder. We could ask him what happens now to see who's going to get the rights. That seems very interesting. We could try to find the stuff that drugged the dogs. I'm not sure why we need that information. Green paint on the cutting edge. Ask her if she saw anything, but I think she's in on it. We did these. This is the thing that this looks like it's been cleaned recently. We think maybe they hit him on the back of the head with that and then put it away. We think maybe this is the thing. If you find the cabinet, we could ask about the dogs. Is it possible that this line is meant to get mashed up with someone? Is that like a trick? I just want to see about anyone's line to the left. We could ask her who would want to hurt him. That doesn't feel real. Ball killed him. Struck by something. Pocket ripped. Flashlight, dogs. I wonder if this is a trick. Like, you know how we have lines here? Looks like a different kind of color. All right, what's it going to be? James says, I reckon the blood stain will show he was killed earlier, congealed or something. That's a pretty good guess. That is a pretty good guess. James seems to be on the right wavelength here. Recording schedule. That seems like it could be useful to us. She's in on it, so I don't trust her. She's in on it. I don't trust her. Cupboard, I think, is just going to be poison for the dogs. Okay, so that's my top one. I think that's James is right. That's going to confirm he was killed earlier. Did you see something unusual? I think he could slip up. All right, let's start. I am keen to look here too. I think maybe someone threw something off some evidence. But I think we should see who's going to get the rights if he dies, if they're all going to get their rights back. So I want to do this. 6. What's going to happen now? Frank didn't have a family, and I was his right-hand man, so essentially that means I've got the right to decide things until someone buys the Made by Mariner production company. But what exactly are you implying? You know, it feels like he might be in on it too. Well, all right, I think we got to go down here to see if someone threw something over the thing. 22. This could be complete red herring. It would make sense if this punishes us for just taking a shot in the dark. You can barely make out the door that closes off access to the stairs, but at least that means the door is closed. If you have revealed 2 search symbols, return card 22. If you have revealed 2 search symbols, well, I mean, we've got the flashlight, but do the other cards that need the flashlight count as search symbols? Like, there's a search symbol. Where's our darkened tape symbol? So we don't have 2 search symbols. One thing I don't like is this. Oh, I guess it's okay. It suggests that there's a door here. I think this is nothing. Let me count cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So we've got 5 more left. 5 more left before we have to make our next guess. All right, well, James seemed to be onto something, so maybe we should be listening to James. The only question I have is who exactly in the band is involved? Jim and Oprah definitely, probably Sandy. My guess is Walter could have really been asleep, and Enzo might not know. Well, how are we going to decide that? I guess we could answer most of these. Well, he's going to get control and make decisions. Should we get this information from him to see if he's fully planning a lie about the intruder? Should we look at the schedule? It feels like the schedule might be a setup for this murder to give everyone alibis. Walter says he's asleep. Jim is involved in this murder. We could ask her what she saw. So here's a case that Sandy, you could make a case that Sandy's not involved. And here's how. Look at what happens when she wants to go out. He doesn't want to let her out. Sandy and Enzo are having a heated discussion. Let's see. She wants to go out for a cigarette. He doesn't want her to. Is it possible that Enzo's involved and he doesn't want Sandy to go out to see anything? Did we ask her if she saw anything during her smoke break? 42? Feels like we wanted to ask her. Did we not? We did ask her. We did ask her. She left at 1 a.m. That ticked him off, but I was mad too. He didn't like my ideas. I went to talk to him at the break. We talked for a long time till everyone else came back. That doesn't help. All right, so we already did talk to her. I think they're all involved. Let's see. What is our actual evidence that Jim is involved? He does have a motive, but what else? I just think he was gone during the break, so the person, the time of death being thrown off is alibying. Because it can only be the only people that were gone, we think, that had a chance to kill him was, I guess, Sandy went for her break. No, because Sandy's cigarettes happen and Frank is still there. So the only two people gone from this group while Frank could have been murdered are Walter, Jim, or Walter and Jim. And not Oprah. She's only gone for a minute and she lies. So it has to be Walter and or Jim. And we think Walter may have been sleeping, so that leaves Jim. Enzo can't be involved physically. Unless, of course, let me just point out that it's possible you could rig something to swing down and hit him, but then that doesn't make, then you would want to keep Jim in the studio for his alibi. All right, so let's rule out the intruder, 14. All right, so we're gonna ask him about the intruder he saw. Let's see what he says. Maybe this will implicate him or set up a real intruder. He says, yeah, it was 2 days ago. Well, he wasn't exactly on the property. He's on the other side of the fence. I spotted him while I was out for a walk on the east side of the property, not far from the pine grove. He hid in a bush when I walked towards him. I told him not to even think about trespassing or else the dogs would chase him down. I didn't insist because I thought he got the message loud and clear. I mentioned it at dinner the day before yesterday, so everyone would be aware there could be people prowling around, even in such a remote location. Then yesterday, Oprah came in to see me and asked if I thought it might be the guy who's sending her creepy letters for the past few months. How was I supposed to have known that? Well, two things jump out. The first is that he sees an intruder on the east side, not where the fence is cut, but where the dogs were found. More importantly, he tells everyone. So maybe he's planted the seed in their mind like, oh, we can make it look like a stalker. So he may have been planted the seed of the intruder, or it really could be the intruder. The other thing is now, we are now getting information that this doesn't sound like lyrics. It sounds like she really is getting letters from a stalker. So that makes me think it is Oprah's room. And that was a letter from a stalker. Although it could still be Jim, but now we got suggestion that there really is a stalker. But the wire cutting was an inside job. Okay. Do we now have to I wonder if this is a little bit of metagaming, but the only way we were able to see the cuts on the wire was because we had the flashlight. I wonder if we need to examine the fence. Like, I wonder if it's relying on us not bothering to check the fence. %90 chance we're just going to see green paint on this fence and it's going to be useless to us. 10% chance there's going to be something on that. We think that's fake. So we don't think there's going to be any fabric caught on the fence. James says, I'm convinced those are lyrics. It does imply Oprah either doesn't know they're from Jim or she's pretending to set up the intruder theory, which is very premeditated. And how can we confirm this, though? That's the question. Are either of this going to give us information? Examine the recording session schedule. Examine the fence closely for clue. There's a lot of cards left, but wait, there's some cards here we haven't followed through on. Okay. Who would want to hurt Frank? I don't think that's useful to us. We could examine the blood stain. Maybe there's a footprint in it. I think maybe we have to do this. Maybe there's a footprint or something. The cupboard could have the drugs that poison the dogs. Maybe there's something on that that can tie us to someone. We could try to get Walter to admit to something. All right, what do you think? I think we need to look at the blood stain. If anything, it's probably going to give us, as has been suggested, time of death earlier. But maybe it'll give us more different information. All right, so I'm going to push one more here, and we're going to look at the blood stain 19. Okay. So this was my alternate theory that there could be a footprint in the blood, sure enough. And now we can ask people about it. The bloody footprint can clearly be seen. It looks like someone stepped in the blood, not completely, and their footprints are on the patio tiles. Footprints disappear pretty quickly, but it looks like they're headed southwest. And then we've got a line and a thing. All right, so this is going to break the case wide open. All right, good. Congratulations to me for realizing that there could be something in the blood. Wouldn't a bloody footprint indicate there was an intruder? I don't know. That's a good point, though. Like, whoever killed the person was upstairs. So who stepped in it? All right, but we have lines in this. So let's get to work and see if we can't crack this case now. All right, so we suspect Jim and Walter. Okay, so there's no Walter, but what about Jim? No. All right, then Oprah. No. All right. Well, that's strange. We have no one to compare this with, here or here. Okay, what is the channel trying to get my attention? John says, I would check the hole in the fence. Maybe we find a matching footprint there. I agree with you. John says, no reason for Jim to go down and step in the mud. Yes. Okay, before we check the fence, I agree. Let's pay more attention to this thing telling us which direction it was headed off in. It looks like they're headed southwest. So look what southwest is. And we needed 2 search symbols. To get to that door. We thought it's just a red herring, but is it possible that with 2 search symbols we could open this door and see that the suspect ran out this way? All right, let's do what Jonathan said. Let's go look at this hole in the fence now. But we should also be thinking about where to get that other search symbol. And it's possible that it's in this cupboard. All right, let's do the fence first. Okay, so we're going to examine the fence closely for clues. 48. We only have 2 more after this. Yikes. That's fantastic. The cut fence. To the west of the property, a beautiful new green wire fence that has been cut open. A small man could fit through the gap. In a good detective story, the detective would find a scrap of cloth cut on the fence. In a detective story, probably, but not here. However, you reveal a second search symbol. Now you remember what the second search symbol could be used for. When we went down to the beach, it says, if you've got 2 search symbol, reveal card 20, put this back in the box and get 18. So this is free for us. All right, so we're taking this, we're throwing this away, and we're getting 18. This is free. So we're going out the door to the back. I'm not sure what the thematic thing is. What? Who's that? Someone hanging out by the beach? You catch a man hiding in a bush near the door of the stairs leading to the beach. He's scrawny and appears to be over 40 years old. The man is blinded by your flashlight and has a frightened look on his face. Oh, you found me. All right, I give up. Please, I'm not dangerous. Hey, don't touch me. I can walk on my own. Who are you and what are you doing here? We can ask him. Near the door of the stairs leading to the beach. This feels like a red herring to me because Although I'd really like to get his footprints to match against this. Why is it not letting us look at his footprints? According to my records, we only have 2 more cards before we got to make our next guesses. I really feel this is a red herring. But I don't know. I mean, the footprints are going in that direction. He feels like the guy who's been writing over her letters and watching her. But he's on the wrong side of the fence, wrong side of the door. Let me see what the chat thinks. He might have seen something, though. That's a good point. If he's staring at her room, watching her, he would have seen something. Okay, now you've convinced me. That's a very... Boy, James is getting MVP for this game, no matter what happens. Okay. Who are you? What are you doing here? 34. And we had to work very hard to get this guy, so it does make sense that we would talk to him. All right, here we go. Oh boy, this looks promising. Why would I tell you my name? Are you a cop? I'm not stupid. You know I know what you're trying to do, but I've got nothing to say to you. Look, a man died tonight, and all the signs point to you as the killer. She'd better confess right away. Oh, is that the plan? You want to blame this on me, or... You got no proof, nothing at all, and until you do, I don't see why I should talk to you. He's right, Neville. We need some evidence to show him. It's the only way to make him talk. Fine. But we did find him while he was trying to make a getaway. Let's lock him in the garage so he can't escape. Come here. Neville grabs the stranger by the arm. He doesn't put up much of a fight. You can't do that. To show the evidence to the trespasser, place the card next to the item in question. If the bubbles line up, you may draw the corresponding cards. I think he's gonna match the footprint, but he's not the killer. But it's gonna get him to confess. Okay, so if we line up the thing, it's clear. It does match his shoe. This is where he ran. And now we're going to ask him about it. And surely he's going to say, I didn't do it, but I saw something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. So we've got one more card to draw before we have to answer again. This is the last thing we're going to read before we have to make our guesses. So we're going to say, hey, your shoe print, you've left a bloody shoe print. The evidence is against you. You better tell us what you saw. Here we go. Okay, fine. That's my shoe. I stepped in the blood, but that's it. I walked along the pool on my way to the house, and that's when I saw it, the body on the ground and all that blood. I recognized Frank Mariner, and I freaked out. I panicked. I told myself I had to get out of there, but then I changed my mind. It was maybe my only chance to see her, so I found a place to hide. See her? Who do you mean by her? Oprah, of course. Who else? She's the only reason the Candy Love is worth listening to. Right. Well, what time was it? I can't say for sure, but I'd say that I hadn't been on the property for more than 15 minutes. What does it matter? I won't tell you anything else as long as you're keeping me in this garage. Well, I mean, that's useless to us, but it does answer this question, I guess. He stepped in the blood. And hadn't been on the property for more than 15 minutes. How did he get on the property, though? If we think he's just a red herring and he stumbled on the body, my question is, how did he get on the property? Doesn't this suggest now that someone did let him in, that he did come through that fence? That's the only part that I'm now troubled by. I walked along the pool on my way to the house. He sees the body. Told myself I'd get out, then I changed my mind. It was maybe my only chance to see her. John says he could have stumbled across the hole, but that's a big coincidence. Unless they're setting him up to take the fall, purposefully cutting a hole, trying to get him to come in. And then it's not really a coincidence, it's a frame up. All right, but we have to make our guess again. So actually, though, now it's a little more, now I think what we've got here is that he did come in through that hole, but he's not the killer. So this is just the west side fence. Okay, so I think the answer here is still that he got in through this hole. The answer is still that the dogs were drugged, probably by Sandy in their food. I guess that's what we were saying originally. Now, who is responsible? This is what we're changing at what I'm changing at 35. I'm on the train where Frank says that it's the whole band, every single one of them. And he was killed to escape a bad contract. And then the whole band's going to try a different direction. I think they've set up this guy to frame him. I guess who's responsible for his death, but proximally, I think it's Jim. If I had to guess, I guess I'd think that Enzo's not in on it. Because he's talking about how he told people there was an intruder. Doesn't feel like if you were in on it, you would say that. Jonathan is going to stick with his original guesses that it's Oprah and her fan. That's an interesting theory. James still thinks the lyrics are from Jim. I don't think so anymore. All right. Well, is everyone on the record with their answers here? Everyone needs to get fully on the record with your answers. Write them down. We're right. Oh, yeah, we're right here. Write them down. Get your answers so you can calculate your score. Write them down on paper. Don't just remember them, because at the end, we're going to calculate scores. 4 hours in the stream. Well, we take this game seriously. We've learned to take it seriously. All right. Well, I've got my new answers. I've converted to the theory that the band was in on it. Now we get to read every other card in the deck. So we can take our time. Doesn't matter now what we do. So let's just go to things as we see them. Let's go to the gate. We don't expect to see anything important here, but let's see. There's the gate. There's people camping out. Oops. Look at that. Don't they have anything better to do than wait here? I'm telling you, Adele, today's youth is really headed down the drain. So we can talk to some fans, or we can examine the gate. I mean, I really don't see anything important here, but we get to read all these, so we might as well. Here's the gate. It's in perfect condition. Yeah, no way intruder could have forced it open or climbed over it, especially since the doghouse is steps away and they keep a watchful eye. If we talk to the fans, here's one particular insane looking fan. She doesn't look that insane, Carolyn Martin. Let's see what Carolyn says. Even though it's late, she's 18 years old. Even though it's late, the fans are in a tizzy as you approach the gate. They're extremely disappointed when they realize that you're not one of the stars they were hoping to see. You're not a member of the Candy Love. Did you see him? How's Jim? And Walter, he's so cute. They're fine, they're fine. Say, how long have you been waiting here? Oh, since the rehearsal started 3 days ago. We knew Frank Mariner had a house near Cannes. When you really want to know something, you can find out. And we got lucky. Jim came to see us yesterday. He stayed out here for at least 20 minutes and spoke to all of us. He looked worried about something, but then they work so hard. You wouldn't know if a member of your merry band had trespassed on the property by any chance, we could ask. And then we've got this. This is about Jim, maybe. Maybe we can ask Jim about this. That would be nice. Why was Jim out there looking nervous talking to them? It's kind of suspicious, don't you think? I don't see anything to match up with that. There's our Jim cards. Anything jump out to anyone regarding that incident with Jim? Was he out here looking for the stalker? What do you think that's all about? He was out here for 20 minutes, spoke to all of us, looked worried about something. All right, let's ask her about this, because why not? We say, you mean breaking in? She says, no way, we're nice. We're not stalking them. We just want to see them and know what they're up to. But it's true, weird people hang around here sometimes. There's that one fan who's a little, creepy. He's only got eyes for Oprah. Can you point him out to us? Well, he's not here. I saw him leave earlier, but you can't miss him because he's old, kind of like you. Which way did he go? I think he headed east. It's a little after 1 a.m. I remember it clearly because the dogs were at the front gate. Then all of a sudden, they pricked up their ears and ran straight to the house. The weird fan left right around then, and I think I saw him go by again at around 1:45. Someone blew the whistle at 1 a.m. at the house. 1 a.m. whistle. House. Well, someone called the dogs at 1 a.m. And then she sees him go by around 1:45. I guess this is all time of death information, but doesn't really help us. Okay, so we did that. Think maybe we should look at the schedule. Let's do this. Examine the recording schedule. Maybe this will help us complete our timeline. Enzo posted the detailed schedule of the day's recording session. 10 p.m. to midnight, all your love to me. Midnight to 2, love in your heart. 2 a.m. break. So at 1 a.m., long whistle to the house. Break is at 2 a.m. for 30 minutes. As the group is recording Love in My Heart, Sandy announced she's going out to smoke a cigarette. So somewhere between midnight and 2, she goes for her cigarette. They get into a fight. She leaves. Sandy returns after 10 minutes. A while later, it's break time. So 10 minutes before 2 a.m., 1:30. So I guess she's going out for a break sometime around 1:40. She goes, she comes back after 10 minutes, and then a while later. As the group is recording Love in My Heart. Yeah, okay. So somewhere between midnight and 2 a.m., she goes for her smoke. Then at 2 a.m., they all go for break. Half hour, come back. And then at 3 a.m. goes Ofra and finds the body. No weird D's here, so we can't match handwriting. Sandy could be using the whistle to call them to come eat the drugged food. Is absolutely possible. In fact, while we're talking about that, we might as well go check that out in the kitchen. Okay, examine the cupboard is 36. Loprazolam. It's the sleeping pills, as we thought. Recommended daily dose adults is 10 milligrams. Should be taken just before bedtime. Effects will be felt about 30 minutes after intake. So this is consistent with Sandy calling the dogs. How she got the whistle, I don't know. But it's consistent with her calling the dogs, feeding them sleeping pills in their food. Have we seen more than one whistle? No. No, we haven't. Although we do have this. All right, let's ask him if he saw anything suspicious during the break, even though we think he's the killer. Hey, do you see anything suspicious other than yourself? During the break, I went out to the pool to strum my sitar. I sort of lost track of time. Eventually, I snapped out of it. I went to wake Walter up, and we hustled back to the studio in time so we wouldn't tick Enzo off. Did I see or hear anything suspicious during that time? No, I don't think so. But then again, now that you mention it, I did hear Zeus and Apollo barking for a while. I didn't pay any attention to it. Happens every once in a while. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure it's coming from the other side of the house, on the west side of the property, probably near the fence. You should go check it out. This is him trying to direct us to the planned intruder that they're setting up. They're framing that intruder. Okay, let's ask him, since we're here, what does the future hold? The young man seems annoyed by the question. You know, people are constantly saying that the Candy Love is my group because I'm the songwriter. But they're wrong. I write the songs, but we do everything else together. Our chemistry is what made us so successful. And if you took away a single band member, even Walter, who doesn't sing, I'm sure the Candy Love would have been a flop. What does the future hold now that Frank's dead? I don't know. I really don't know. It's a little too soon to be talking about that, isn't it? All I can tell you is we'll make the decision together, just like we always have. So this is our clue that they're all in it together. They're all in it together. All right, let's just lock them up. All right, we've solved him. We've only got a couple of cards left. Let's see. We're just about at the end of this case. We have not seen more than one whistle. Let's see. We finished that card. We finished this card. We finished this card. We finished this, this, and this. Yeah, we didn't do all of hers, and we didn't do his. We didn't do that one. We didn't do all of this one. It's just people talking to. We didn't do all of. As a reminder, when we finish this game, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about our thoughts. I hope you've been remembering to keep a pen and paper nearby to talk about your observations when we're done. Okay, so we have a couple of interviews left before we finish this case up. Let's see. I guess we can start where we started this whole game, at our witness, Ofra, who claims to have seen it. We've asked her about what happened. We've asked her to describe the attacker. She's described a big giant man who was choking him. And now we're going to say, hey, who might have wanted to hurt Frank? Nobody. Why would anybody want to hurt Frank? Not even a member of your group? Mister, we all owe him our careers, and we all known each other since elementary school. It would be ludicrous to imagine anyone here could be responsible for this attack. More confirmation that they're a very tight group. As far as the band is my life. We worked hard to get where we are. Our third album wasn't as successful as we'd expected, but I'm sure our next one will put us back on top of the charts. Frank always pushed us to excel. He was our guardian angel. Enzo is Frank's right-hand man. He'll be taking over the production company, I suppose. Jim Stapleton, well, he's our poet, our composer. He seems to have run out of inspiration at the moment, but that happens. As for Sandy, my absolute best friend in the world. Walter Domingo says, is a kid who wasn't dealt an easy hand. Frank picked on him, which I didn't like. Okay, well, I was going to say it could be Sandy and Oprah involved. Sandy drugging the dogs, and she's the fake alibi, but someone had to hit him on the head, and that's going to be Jim. Okay, let's see if Walter really was asleep. Oh, Walter could be we've said they were all involved, but actually Walter might not be involved. He's the one who just does what he's told, and he may have been told to just go to sleep. Did you see anything unusual? We already talked to him. He didn't say anything. Okay, Sandy. We didn't spend enough time with Sandy. Wink, wink. Let's ask her about if anyone would have hurt Frank. I don't know. Some crazy fan, probably. People get obsessed with successful groups. There was this one guy who followed me everywhere last year. He stalked me for months and then just like that, he disappeared. We get tons of fan mail, but sometimes we get weird letters that could be considered threats. Although he's not in the spotlight as much, Frank has probably had his fair share of them. Oprah will never admit it, but she's been getting horrible letters for months. It happened to Jim, too. But what are you going to do? Not all crazy people are criminals, right? All right. She's not helpful. Is that Kathleen Hanna? No. All right. What else we got? I think we've done all the other stuff. Her. Okay, what about him? Things seemed tense, were they? Are you talking about when Sandy left the studio? I didn't understand Frank's reaction there. Normally he would have put Sandy in her place, but he didn't. He even let her reach into his jacket to get a lighter. She took the whistle. I think he took her aside to spite me. He can't stand that Sandy and I, well, let's call it what it was. We're having an affair. We're trying to keep our private and professional lives separate. That's why when we disagree, I try not to argue with her in front of the others. For example, earlier, Sandy and I stayed behind to talk alone in the studio and everyone else went on to take break. Sometimes the long hours spent in the studio are stifling, and I can understand wanting to get some fresh air, but you have to follow the rules, otherwise it can get chaotic. Everyone just does whatever they want. Anyway, it helped us to set things straight and go back to work with a peace of mind. Okay, so she took the whistle from him. He even let her reach into his pocket jacket to... Oh, she said, "Can I go get a lighter from your jacket?" He said, "Sure," and she took it. All right. Now, there's a couple more cards, all involving the intruder. That means that there are some things we could ask him about that we haven't yet. So let's get out his card and find what have we missed asking him about. Some ways that we could line him up with someone else. So here he is. Here he is. Should be one more with him, right? Here he is. Okay. So here are 3 cards with him. Here is we catch an old man. Why would I tell you? And then he says, okay, it was my shoe. All right. So we're looking for something we can line up here. I guess that's the only card. So what have we failed to line him up with? Okay, so we could ask him if he did come in through this fence. We could ask him about his footprint. That's how we got that. And we could ask him about the dogs. Well, that's going to be interesting to see if he has anything to say about the dogs. Oh, and the bolt cutters. Okay. Well, this is going to be interesting. Well, unofficially, does anyone have any theories about what he's going to say about this? Okay, here's my prediction. He's going to admit he came through the fence, but he found it open. He's going to say, I never saw those bolt cutters in my life. And he's going to say, I never saw those dogs in my life. Enzo can't be involved. He wouldn't be saying that. I agree with that. We already had decided that he's not involved. Okay, so here he is. He's going to say, yep, the fence was cut when I saw it, and I took the opportunity. He may even say that someone led him there. But okay, let's see what he says. The hole in the fence? You're not going to believe me, but it was already there. It wasn't there yesterday, I'm sure of it, but when I came back at 2:30 a.m., it was there. Seriously, do you expect us to believe you didn't cut the fence open? I was sure you wouldn't believe me. That's why when I saw you snooping around with your flashlight, I figured you had found the hole. Going back out the way I came in would have been too dangerous. Okay, that makes sense. And in the end, we found you near the stairs leading to the beach. Some luck, huh? I got terrible luck, but that doesn't make me a killer. Okay? Now, that's when we asked him about that. That makes sense. All right, now we're going to ask him about the dogs. And he's going to say, well, yeah, I was hanging out near there the other night, but I didn't do those dogs. Let's see if we're right. His expression shifts, taking on a pleading look. I didn't do anything to the dogs. I've been trying to catch a glimpse of the Candy Love from behind the fence for a while now, but the house is too far away, and those dogs, they come running as soon as you get close. But I got lucky tonight. Dogs showed up when I got too close and started barking at me as usual. I was about to head back when I saw one of them get sick and collapse. Then the same thing happened with the other dog seconds later, but I had nothing to do with it. We believe you. Take it easy. All right, bolt cutters. He's going to say, I never saw them in my life. I tell you, I never seen those wire cutters before in my life. Well, you believe me. Not necessarily. Well, I'll say it anyways. I never seen those wire cutters. You believe me now, right? Not necessarily. Neville closes the garage door and the trespasser bangs on it angrily. You bastard! Bastard! Okay. Almost word for word. All right, so that's it. Our case is now complete. It's been an hour. We've seen everything there is to see. For those of us who are completionists, it is fun in this case to get to the end knowing you've seen everything. I believe that my answers from the last step are staying the same. The trespasser did enter through the hole. The dogs were drugged by Sandy. The whole band's responsible for their death, except for Enzo. Not Enzo, and Jim was the one who actually killed him. And why was he killed? To escape a bad contract and so that the band could stay together. The only thing I'm not 100% sure is, well, I already said Enzo's not in it, but I wonder if Walter's not in on it either. I think I would leave Walter out as well, which probably we would have said if we had thought about it, but we didn't make it official. So probably I'm going to have to add this at the end. After all cards, I'm going to take Walter out. And I probably wouldn't have put him in the beginning because we already knew everything we needed to know, but let's leave him out officially. All right, so the group should think about this. Your answers, get your final answers on paper. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll read the solution. We'll tally up our scores. And then we'll talk about this case. See you in 8 minutes. We're back. YouTube says 15 concurrent viewers, 13 likes. Somehow, Jonathan Warner has gotten James corrupted into thinking the dogs were moved. I don't understand that. James says, just because it gives the last band member something to do. Sandy drugs dogs, does fence, Jim kills Oprah, comes up with alibi. The intruder says the dogs got close to him when he got close to the house. Then one collapses. No. Let's reread this. Let's see. No. All right, look. Here's our map of the grounds. The dogs are found here, right? The fence is cut here. Dogs are found here. Now let's listen to what he says. We ask him about the passed out dogs. I didn't do anything to the dogs. I've been trying to catch a glimpse of the Candy Love from behind the fence for a while. The house is too far away, and those dogs, they come running as soon as you get close. But I got lucky tonight. The dog showed up when I got too close and started barking at me as usual. I was about to head back when I saw one of them get sick and collapse. Then the same thing happened to the other dog seconds later, but I had nothing to do with it. So, in other words, he's doing his normal thing, sneaking around. He was seen by Enzo around here at some point before. He's sneaking around. The dogs come running. They pass out. And then he keeps going, doing his rounds around the property and finds this hole. So no one had to move any dogs. Okay. And let's go to the chat. And Tina says, this is what happened in the case with the Olympic Games. Jesse made us change our mind to the wrong answer. James says, I guess it depends what counts as the house. I assumed he means the main part in the middle, and he came from the west. Maybe the intruder tried to steal the dogs for a souvenir. They got to it. All right. And Tina is accusing me of convincing the group to change their answers. All right. Has everyone locked into your final answers? If so, let's read the solution. I am locked in. Here we go. I hope you all lock into the dogs being dragged. Oh yeah, should we get everyone on the record? Final answer, everyone but Enzo. Okay, and I say everyone but no Walter and no Enzo. Anyone else want to come in on any? Does anyone disagree that the trespasser came in through the hole? He says he did, so we think he did. Does anyone disagree that the dogs were poisoned with the sleeping drugs? No. Okay, so the only question is, who's responsible? I say everyone but Enzo and Walter. James says everyone but Enzo. DJ Moneycut says Oprah all by herself. Jonathan says everyone but Enzo, same as James. And Jonathan and James think that Walter moved the dogs. Now, if Walter moved the dogs, then James is getting MVP. If Walter didn't move the dogs, and those lyrics are not from, and if the lyrics are from James, from our guy Jim, then James is getting special disposition, special award. If not, though, I might have to take it. Walter moving the dogs was Jonathan's idea. Yeah, but he talked you into it. So now you get the blame as well. I don't think the lyrics are from Jim. All right, if someone gets it all right, that the lyrics are from Jim and the dogs got moved by Walter, then James is getting permanent MVP plus. I have to come up with some award. We're going to have to start giving out mugs here on this channel for people who are bizarrely right. Only Anna has won the special award when I said it couldn't be true. All right, so here is our solution. The trespasser is a Candy Love fan who had been lurking around the villa for the past few days, but who hadn't been able to find a way onto the property because Frank's dogs were keeping guard. He had been hanging around with the other fans near the gate. When the dogs abruptly returned to the villa at 1 a.m., the trespasser decided to try his luck again and went to the east side of the property. There, the dogs spotted him, but they were acting strangely. They approached him slowly, then fell asleep in front of him. Sensing an opportunity, he decided to walk around the property again to look for a place where he could slip under the fence, and was surprised to find a section where the fence had already been cut. He didn't think twice about it and decided to enter through this gap in the fence. It was around 2:30 a.m. His intrusion was not premeditated. He seized an opportunity that presented itself. Okay. No dogs got moved. James says, damn you, Jonathan. Finally, I did not tuck someone into the wrong answer. Instead, Jonathan talked James into the wrong answer. All right, let's continue. What exactly happened to Zeus and Apollo? Now watch it turn out that Walter moved them. In the course of their investigation, Adele and Neville discovered Frank's loyal Dobermans asleep near the fence on the east side of the property. They had been drugged with sleeping pills, which were mixed into the food in their bowls. Why? To keep Frank from calling them to help during the attack. His death was not caused by a fight that ended badly. It was premeditated and calculated killing. What's more, Frank would not have had time to use his whistle. It slipped out of his torn pocket when he was attacked. Sandy is the person who drugged the dogs. She left the rehearsal at 1 a.m., supposedly to smoke a cigarette. She took the ultrasonic whistle from Frank's jacket. Yes, we had figured that out. She then went to the kitchen, to get the sleeping pills from the medicine cabinet, mix them into the Doberman's food. She used the whistle to call them in to eat, then returned to the studio and discreetly put the whistle back in Frank's pocket. Her timing is what betrays her. She went out at 1. Everyone else in the villa stayed in the recording studio. Fans outside the gate say they saw the dogs running straight toward the house shortly after 1 a.m. After that, they saw the trespasser at 1:45. The trespasser stated he saw the dogs collapse and went to find a place to go under the fence. The dogs thus collapsed at about 1:30, which is about the amount of time it takes for the sleeping pills to take effect. We had all of that, even if we didn't explicitly say it all. Who is responsible? Here we go. The Candy Love. They concocted a plan to get rid of their producer, and everyone played a part in it. The trespasser did not kill Frank Mariner. He simply found his body. His frail build would not have let him push a man as big as Frank over a balcony. Upon seeing the body, Neville agrees with this, and even Oprah describes the supposed assailant as being athletic to lend credibility to her story. Furthermore, he has no motive. He's not the killer. He has no reason to lie about his schedule. Quite the contrary. He must tell the truth if he wants to clear his name. This is how he ends up providing a crucial detail. He says he entered the property at 2:30 a.m. and claims to have found the body less than 15 minutes later. This means that at around 2:45 a.m., Frank Mariner was already lying in a pool of blood. This leads to the conclusion that Oprah was lying when she claimed to have seen someone attack Frank. We probably should have been more explicit about checking this timeline. I mean, we had already concluded that he was killed before Oprah says she saw anything. So we didn't really need this information, but probably we should have double checked it to confirm our theory. Can also be deduced that Oprah is lying because in describing Frank's fall, she makes the mistake of specifying that his back was to the balcony. However, the producer's body is lying face down. This position is inconsistent with Oprah's description. The aim in lying about the time of the attack is to create an alibi for the band members because at the time she gives her testimony, everyone in the suit is in the studio. She herself was only outside the room for about a minute, making it impossible for her to be involved. But what really happened? This is all we got all this. Frank actually died during the break. At that time, Oprah was with Adele and Neville saw Sandy and Enzo having an argument. This is the girl's goal, to keep the potential witnesses busy so the men can't get rid of Frank. Looks like Walter's involved here. It is possible to imagine that Oprah said she would meet Frank in his room during the break. So it is her room. Oh, it's his room. It's his room? No. That being the reason why he went there. However, it wasn't Oprah who met him there, but Jim and Walter. I see. Because it would require at least 2 people to subdue a man like Frank and push him over the balcony. Really? Walter and Jim both attacked Frank. They probably struggled, and one of them hit him hard on the back of the neck with the trophy found in his office. Finally, the 2 men took him by the arms, threw him over the balcony. They then tried to make it look like the murderer was someone who came from outside. 2 days earlier, Enzo warned the Candy Love of a prowler who had been lurking around the property. They decided to use this information to make it look like a break-in and provide them with an alibi. After committing their heinous crime, Jim and Walter used the wire cutters to cut through the fence on the west side before placing them back in the shed and returning to the recording studio at 2:30. Jim even attempted to lead investigators in this direction by mentioning hearing Zeus and Apollo barking on the west side fence. When they cut the wire fence, some traces of paint were left on the tool, proving that the fence was cut with these wire cutters and therefore was cut from inside the property. The plan was to kill Frank by making it look like the killer had come from outside the property. Each member of the group had a role in carrying out the plan. Sandy drugged the dogs, kept Enzo occupied during the break. Oprah asked Frank to join her in his room and kept Adele and Neville busy during the break. She also described an attack that she did not witness. Jim and Walter killed Frank and cut the fence to make it look like there was an intruder. But the Candy Love didn't plan for the presence of an actual trespasser on the property. Why was he killed? Why did the Candy Love want to get rid of their longtime producer because he was a threat to the band's very existence. He wanted to launch Jim's solo career and have him sign a contract. Enzo confirmed that Frank had no scruples, but Frank underestimated Jim's love for his childhood friends and didn't anticipate his stubborn refusal to betray them. However, good businessman that he was, Frank had already made the naive Candy Love band members sign a contract that was stacked in his favor, giving him power over the group. It was impossible for the band to continue working without his consent, and he would rather destroy them than allow them to pursue their career with another producer. From that point on, he had become an obstacle for the band. With Frank dead, Enzo would take over the Made by Mariner production company, and since he was Sandy's lover, he would probably be inclined to continue with the Candy Love. With this in mind, the Candy Love, as solid as ever, decided to eliminate their long-standing producer to free themselves from his grasp. Okay, and now we're supposed to calculate our score, and then we'll see how well we did. So let's calculate our score. We'll talk about it when we finish. All right, so where are my guesses? You guys can calculate yours. I'll put it on the screen. I'll calculate mine here. So I said cut fence at 33. So this was correct at the earliest point. So we got 5 points for that. 2, 3, 4. What actually happened? We got that they were drugged early, so that's 5 points, and we never changed our answer there. Who is responsible? So initially, I said Oprah and the stalker, so that's wrong. At 35 cards, we changed to the whole band, and that Jim was the proximal murderer and not Enzo. So actually, that was correct. But then at the end, I took Walter off my list. So I had it right here, but then I changed it and was wrong here. The rules don't really tell you what you should do when you've got conflicting, but wrong answer, I guess. But I think we're gonna have to use our judgment here. So I'm gonna give myself 3 points. I'm gonna say we got it right here, even though we got it right here, but then we changed to take Walter off it. But I don't think there's good evidence that Walter was in on it. So I could give myself the 4, but I'm going to give myself the 3. Why was he killed? In the beginning, we said to avoid the band breakup with Jim going solo. And then at 35 cards, he said to escape the bad contract. I'm not going to give myself the 5 points because in my theory, Jim was going to go solo. And that's not quite right. So, but by here, we knew it was to escape their contract. So I'm going to say 4 points for that. Those of you who predicted the dogs get moved, subtract 1 point from your score. Okay, so 10, 13, 17 points. And I do not get the moving dogs penalty. So 17 points for me. John says, Jesse, can we look at the picture of the kitchen for a second? I might have a nitpick with the illustration. Sure. Well, let me do this first. Let me do scores, and then we'll go and do that. So when it comes to calculating your score, if you got between 11 and 17, following your explanations, the French police arrest the members of the Candy Love. This case makes the front page of the tabloids until a bigger scandal comes along. If you had managed to get 18 points, they're sentenced to several years in prison. Never play again as a group. Enzo takes over and adopts Zeus and Apollo. I guess we're all here. Did anyone get themselves up into here? No mention of the lyrics being by Jim. Anecdotes and details about the origins of the Candy Love and this story, visit here. Okay, so we could look at that if we wanted to. Okay, And Jonathan wanted to look at the kitchen cabinet where the drugs were. Okay. All right, Jonathan, what did you want to see there? John says, I'm giving myself a 14. The only one I really changed was 3, but some of the others I said, oh, for offense, whatever. Some people are, it's a good indication of your general disposition. I'm inclined to give myself the extra points. Some people are very hard on themselves. Jonathan says there's a dog door in that image. There certainly is, right there. So why is that a problem? DJ Moneycut says it's pretty flimsy evidence. It's not going to hold up in court. Jonathan says, how could they make sure the dogs did not come back in while drugged and pass out where someone would notice right away? I don't think that's important. They don't care where the dogs pass out. They may not even care that anyone, first of all, they don't care. If someone sees the dogs passed out, then someone will assume that the intruder drugged them. If no one sees the dogs ever passed out and never even think that the dogs passed out, they'll just think that somehow the intruder avoided detection by the dogs. If Frank had seen the dogs were passed out before the murder, he would freak out. I guess it happened pretty close to when he was dead, though, so maybe they wouldn't worry about it. If you look at it, it may be... Yeah, I guess it was fairly close, but... yeah, maybe. I don't think it was key. If he wouldn't have time, maybe they figured he wouldn't notice it. Who knows? That doesn't seem a big flaw to me. Okay, well, let's talk about our thoughts of this case. It took us 5 hours to play this case. I would say it's about on par with the Suspect's cases in that at the end there were a little bit of a stretch, like the Walter being in on it, needing 2 people to push Walter off the balcony. That's occasionally there are details about these crimes that feel like they're leaps of faith, but they aren't critical to solving this one. I would say this is, of all the 7 Suspects cases we played so far, it felt like it's fair to call this on the easier side. I think this might be might be at the top of my enjoyment for the Suspects games. Given that it's easy, it would be nice if it was harder, but it did give us a run for it. We solved it mostly right at the start, but there were some little fun elements, like it looked like he had a solo contract, and we spent a lot of time trying to figure out how we could prove they were all in on it, whether they were all in on it. We went back and forth. It was fun to figure out that Oprah was lying right from the start, which we cottoned onto, and that put us in one direction. So I would say this is one of the more straightforward but more reasonable cases. I've had some real problems with some of the other cases. This one felt reasonable. I do think that it shares the same flaw that they all share, which is that, well, let me put it this way. There are 2 flaws that I tend to find with the Suspects games. One is that there are these leaps of logic at the end that feel like it could have been 10 different answers and it just picked one, but it really didn't prove it. I think this case escaped that. I think in the end, we felt fairly clear that all the pieces clicked into place, that they were working together. The part that it still got as a problem is that there doesn't seem to be any way to really know what cards you should read to get key pieces of information. Like, We got to the fence. We had figured out that it was cut with the wires. We had figured out it was a decoy. I mean, look at this. This is what I'm talking about. This is actually pretty significant. We get to the fence that's cut. First of all, we went down to the edge of the property for no real reason. And when we did that, we got an absolutely central little bottleneck of a card that basically gave us the intruder and a lot of important details. But it wanted two searchlights to actually investigate it. And then, I don't know why I can't find it, but then we went and we found this thing. And when we found this thing, we said, okay, it was cut with the wire cutters. We know the wire cutters. We know it's going to be green paint. We know it's a decoy. We know the murderers are an inside job, and they did this just to set up and make it look like a criminal. So if you're smart, you're not going to waste your time studying it. But then what happened? When we studied it at the end, because we had nothing better to do, we get this scene. And what does the scene say? Hey, in a movie, you'd see a piece of cloth, but there's no piece of cloth. There's no extra evidence. It's the green paint, just like that. Oh, but guess what? You get this symbol. What does this symbol do? It unlocks the whole second half of the case. So this, to me, is the flaw of this basic system. Like, you're forced to do this inefficient, illogical thing that your smarts should tell you you can skip. But when you do it, you get, for no reason, this symbol, which is absolutely critical and the only way to unlock the whole second half of the case. Which is what gets you into the backyard, which is what gets you the intruder. So that seems like a fairly substantial flaw in the whole concept of trying to be efficient with your time. The only thing that makes up for that is in the end you do get to see all the cards. So it's really just a matter of guessing early or late. And if nothing else, that does promote interesting discussions and theories. So it feels like a bit of an illusion, a bit of a flaw in the logic, but the harm is minimal. James says, I really like these suspects games, despite them always having these massive leaps of logic in the end. James says, they also do this weird thing where if you stopped halfway through, like a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective game, you'd almost always have a better story than getting to see everything. That's interesting. Jonathan said, I thought it did a good job of making us debate if there was an intruder or not at the start. Yes, I agree. Jonathan says, it felt refreshing that there was a lot of debate and theorizing near the start. I think the last few games we've played have not quite scratched that heavy theorizing desire. Yes, I think that's well said. Jonathan says, I do think you're right. This is one of the better suspects cases, since by the end we did feel rather confident of the solution, of the basic contours of it. So yeah, I think you're right. I think we seem like we're all on the same page about why this was satisfying. An early on case that we had some bites of the apple where we thought we understood, but pieces that we didn't quite understand, and some alternate theories. It could have gone in different directions. And those different directions were sort of alive for quite a while, but then when we really honed in on it, things clicked in. James says, I'm off to write a story where a band member thinks they're getting letters from a stalker, but is really their lead singer's attempts at writing emo songs. I don't understand how this is this guy's room. What was that letter doing in his room? That was a little weird, but maybe he just throws, he's getting the letters and saving them from the band. But if this was an easy case, I'm very curious to see the later cases. Maybe my favorite case so far, other than a little easy, but otherwise I liked it. All right. When we'll play case 2, I'm not sure. If you want to help decide, if you want to join us for case 2, you'll come by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's a Game Queue thread where we discuss and plan. You'll find a link to that Board Game Geek Guild on the YouTube channel About page. Or join us in the Discord for this channel where we also plan. This one I decided at the last minute, so maybe that's going to be coming up as well. The next case maybe will be decided at the last minute. On Sunday, we'll play the second letter of Dear Holmes, the Yuletide cipher. The group has come up with some interesting theories about that cipher, though no one has solved it yet. Thank you for joining me. James, good to have you here. I'm sorry Jonathan led you astray with your moving of the dogs. No MVP was awarded. I am going to have to get my hands on some co-op for 2 espresso mugs, some extra mugs. You can still order one if you want to pay for it yourself. No profit to me, but there's a link on the YouTube community tab somewhere that you can order one from Zazzle. And maybe I'll start giving them away for people who really get everything right above and beyond. James figured a lot of stuff out here ahead of time that it was the whole band, but it wasn't right on enough to get a free mug. All right. I'll see you all next time.